What's up everybody, it's Lids, and we're back for some more of the First Descendant. And today, there is a new update that just came out with a bunch of new stuff for us to see, including, most notably, a new character, Inez, who I believe we unlock similarly to how we did Keelan through the Void Vessel. Then Void Erosion Purge, I am not entirely sure what that is, but it might be some reworks to the Void Vessel missions. There's a new way to upgrade weapons, so we'll probably check that out a bit. The Void Abyss Colossus fight has now changed, so that means the hardest boss battle is now different. Some new skins, and apparently some reworks to Valby, Jaber, and Luna. I remember that we were talking previously about Luna getting stronger, though. Jaber also, I know we've talked about being bugged still. Valby, I don't remember what is changing with her, though, so maybe we'll check that out. On top of that, there are some new rewards for daily related things, so we'll probably make some progress on some of those things as well. And last time, we were doing Sharon's specific mission, and it was a lot of fun. Of the various character-specific missions that we've done thus far, I think it was the best by a pretty significant margin. But let's hop in. And to start things off, we'll probably go with the usual, which would be the invasion missions. Oh, hold on. Oh, this is the Void Erosion Purge. It's here, and we have to do a prerequisite mission or two beforehand. Okay, we'll definitely want to check that out then. But this is what I was assuming we would start off with, doing the invasions here. We'll just take a quick look to see defense debuff on us, and inflicting status effects makes our damage much worse. That's actually a hard one to avoid. But let's see. Oh, also I suppose I can check if there's any research we have that's ready to turn in. I do see there's some kind of quest with the instructor guy, and sometimes those are usually they're fairly quick crafting-oriented things, or maybe that's even the prerequisite for the new Void Vessel type mission, although I'm guessing you have to do a standard Void Vessel mission first. PS5 players are unable to play. Was there an issue with the update? What happened?
Now what do you want? Go on, I'm waiting.
See, we need a little more time before Catalyst is ready to go, but otherwise... Oh, little thing, I suppose. Well, kind of a little thing, but now possible to craft the super stabilizers, and I'm not entirely sure how you get these resources here. Oh, is it from new hard mode special operations? Because those did switch as well. We were talking about that a little bit last time. So, okay. More reason to do that as well, because those are pretty dramatic, how well they improve the probability of getting the highest rarity drops from things. Stated before maintenance, as in it was at least somewhat expected that there was going to be this delayed rollout for PS5. That's still unfortunate, for sure. Well, I suppose, as I said, you know, we'll at least start things off by doing the invasion stuff, and might be doing either more solo things or just going with random people, since it looks like Big Country will unfortunately be unable to join us today. But, I mean, usually Bunny is the go-to. The one thing that's holding me back a little bit there is that she does apply statuses with the skill we would primarily be using to deal damage, so there is that one mission that's going to be a little unfortunate for her. Is this NPC new? I don't remember that drone hovering around like that. I feel like I would have noticed that, but I'm not entirely sure. Also, obviously, Albion has been redecorated a little bit. Instead of the December holidays, it's now more New Year oriented. And I think that's the theme around a lot of the new character skins and whatnot as well. Okay, so let's check these out. So this is the one where, I mean, defensively, of course, that's a little bit of a concern, losing a bunch of our defense. What's up, Wheatley? How's it going? Yeah, thanks for stopping by. Oh, also, I mean, this didn't really affect the First Descendant stream last time round, but we had the first signs of what was some hardware issues with the microphone, and then immediately after the stream, my microphone was causing some huge trouble, but I have now fixed that, so I guess First Descendant was largely unaffected by that.
Descendant. This is a phase separation layer, which uses inversion energy. It has a large output, which requires processing of tens of billions of units of data per second.
Oh, did I miss one?
According to the scan results,
now there's a lot more.
The structure that appears to be a computing device is full of Vulgis artificial brains.
Tried to log in an hour before maintenance last night, but was unable to. Ooh.
Continue to insert Vulgis artificial brains into the computing device, Descendant. If you
I mean,
override the device,
I
the
hope
payload
they
will be
sort that
neutralized.
stuff out soon. This is the first I'm hearing of it, so I'm not really familiar with how exactly it all went down. Or whether there are any indications of when they're expecting for things to come back up for PlayStation players. But if it does happen to get fixed, you know, in the next hour or so, then of course you're welcome to hop back in. Whoa. Tried to, never done these. Wait, surely, I know you've done a lot of these solo, big country, and uh-oh, that's unfortunate. Now our skill's on cooldown as well. Our damaging skill. But, obviously we've done several of these as a duo before. Oh, also, I'm pretty sure I have all of the, all the modules are filled up. I'm at 100% capacity. Also, they've already cashed in all those things. We're just a little bit of a step behind here. That's alright, we'll get this guy. But yeah, usually I find with the public version of these missions that things go fairly smoothly. Usually either take down the bosses in one or sometimes 2 phases. It's pretty rare that it takes longer than that. Every once in a while, you get a random public lobby with some people who are, you know, using lower level characters or what. Oh, hold on. That's Inez, the new character. This will be our first time seeing her. That being said, we're going to be flying around a bit with Bunny. I'm not really sure how close we're going to be able to pay attention to that character's skills, and of course we can take a closer look. In fact, maybe we should have started off by taking a closer look at what exactly Inez is going to be bringing to the table. Even if we don't have her unlocked yet, we can at least look at her screen, get a little preview.
This is how they are processing all that data. Continue to insert Vulgis artificial
And so I imagine we're probably going to focus primarily on things that help us unlock Inez today. You know, we're not going to finish the research today, of course, but we can at least get some of it started, hopefully. Wait, can our fellow body block us? Because it really looked like it for a second there, or maybe... If so, that's the first time that's ever happened to me. Maybe there just so happened to be a rock directly in front of us. Right where our doggo was standing. Oh, also, one of the other people just left. So now it's only us and Inez, who I also don't see right now. Okay. For a second, I thought they were just hanging out in a corner doing nothing. And it was truly a solo, because it kind of felt like it. Obviously, they are not max level. So maybe the exact situation that I was just describing earlier is about to take place. Where, we're going to find this one to be a little more difficult. Especially if there's a chance the ball... Okay, wait, hold on. Does it reset our positioning last time? So not rushing forward? Okay, now we're good. It might have set the boss HP as if we had 3 people in the party rather than 2, in which case it's going to be a little tougher for us to... Tougher still for us to deal a decent bit of damage. We are not the best in terms of pure boss damage. See what Inez is doing there. I couldn't really tell other than that she was crouching down. So I have no idea if she's a bossing character or a clear speed character or how good she is in general, of course. But we managed to still get the job done. Okay. Now let's head back to town and maybe we'll take a look. At least at what Inez has skills-wise, and like I said, it's not like we're going to be playing her today, but we're going to try to at least get started unlocking her. Yeah, that's the thing, is if you did those invasion missions as a group in the early stages, then I could definitely see it might have been kind of painful in those circumstances, but now... I don't remember if they made it possible to do those in groups first, or if they made them easier first, but at one point in time, of course, they did make them easier, and then, in general, people have gotten better or more experienced at doing those missions, so that has probably helped as well. Well, let's take a quick look at what Inez does.
Are you ready to be
Here.
Inez Rhea, Hound Unit, commencing operations.
Okay. So you may remember, we have technically seen her just as an NPC in town, standing next to Keelan for many of the Void Vessel-related missions. She... Well, apparently we got a new mail item. I'm not sure what from, but okay, so she's an electric character. Singular, tech, singular, tech. I remember last week we were speculating as to what type of skill she would have, and Bunny is electric singular, so we might be able to use our Bunny reactor for her, or electric tech. She would be the first character with that combination of skills, and I think I actually did get a good reactor for that combo just from a random drop somewhere, so in some ways I would actually prefer for those to be the skills we want to build around. But what are these doing? Fires chain lightning forward, bounces between multiple enemies. It's arc. To deal damage and inflict conductor on enemies hit. When attacking enemies with conductor, deals increased damage. Okay, so upfront damage, yes. 172% damage, which is not amazing, but this is her first skill, so it's usually not the strongest one anyway. But you do deal 43% additional damage to enemies that you've hit recently with this effect. So that's kind of interesting. That could help set up some of your other skills. And this one, Lightning Conductor, creates current coils on nearby enemies to deal damage. Creates current coils on all enemies with Conductor to deal damage. Okay, so already you can see, do this, and then you do this, and there are some benefits from that order of operations. Inflicts Conductor on those hit. Okay, so it's also a way to make this happen. Oh, also, looking at the cooldown, 7 seconds, 10 seconds, that's really fast. When attacking enemies with Conductor, deals increased damage. So the numbers here, 400+% damage, that's better, for sure. Range is 15 meters. I also didn't look at what the range was on these guys. Does this even have a range? Wait, what? Movement speed 10,000? It's over 9,000? That's insane. I assume that means the speed at which it chains from one enemy to the other, because there's no way that's our movement speed. Yeah, but no range listed, whereas this one does say 15 meters, which is not that big. Maximum of 3 enemies. Wait, target counts increase. Oh, okay, if you increase the range, you can increase the number of enemies it hits. Okay, so some benefit to increasing range. Max expandable range, 200%. There's usually a max on that anyway. Duration is, oh, for the conductor is 30 seconds there, and 30 seconds here. So that debuff lasts a long time. Seems like, especially if you factor in how quick these are coming off cooldown, you can have that conductor on them indefinitely. And in this case, this was 43% additional damage if they have the debuff. In this case, it's over 100% bonus damage. So, okay, that's interesting. Then you get to the 3. This is the skill that I think we saw our teammate doing out of the corner of our eye. Charges her hand with electricity and thrusts it forward to release a bolt of lightning. Charging the current increases the damage and range. Okay, so it sounds like you might have a choice for how long you charge it up, and that affects how powerful it is. Releasing the charge at the peak deals the most damage. I don't know if there's a timing aspect to it, where if you wait too long, it's no longer at the peak, or if it's a little bit lenient in that way. Also inflicts conductor, and when attacking enemies with conductor, it deals increased damage. Oh, okay, looking at the numbers, yeah, the numbers look pretty busted. Cooldown is 15 seconds. That's, again, pretty fast, though plasma cost on use. These ones cost MP. This is the first mention we have of plasma, so that sounds like a unique resource, and maybe that's the primary thing that prevents you from just spamming this, because otherwise, if you look at the damage number, practically 3.5 thousand, that's really high. So if you can spam that with only a 15-second cooldown, that would be ridiculous. Max damage increase? 100%? What? Have there been skills with a max damage increase before? Because that looks new. And that is a little bit of a buzzkill. Minimum range, maximum range. Maximum expandable range, again, 30-second duration on the debuff, and 800 plus, almost 900% additional damage if the enemy has that debuff. It's also a stack on her 1 and her 4. The timing is a factor. Okay, so what is the 4? Because the 3 looks impressive, although some question as to just how well you can scale it, given that skill or max damage increase and the whole plasma thing. Oh, plasma, wait. Plasma cost on use 150, and then plasma cost 30 per 0.1 seconds? So it seems like that, I assume, plays into the whole how long are you charging it up aspect, and might at times force you to fire it off before it's fully charged. But okay, the plasma cost does seem like that's the primary thing holding this back, or at least a significant factor, if nothing else. So then Snare Hunter's the last one. Throws a plasma acceleration coil. Is this the thing that we're seeing on her animation right now? So throws this plasma acceleration coil forward and creates a thunder snare. Wasn't that the name of one of her other skills? No? Why does that name sound familiar? Oh, because I read it up here. Thunder snare. Creates a thunder snare at the point of impact for a certain period of time. Is that some sort of trap? I mean, you can see the big circles there. When using skill, grants short circuit. While short circuit is active, dark current deals damage at the max damage rate. Which one is dark current? I'm not sure. Inflicts conductor on enemies hit by thunder snare. The debuff, like all of her other skills. Thunder Snare creates current coils on nearby enemies to deal damage. When attacking enemies with Conductor, you get increased damage. Okay, so lots of stats here. Maximum stacks 2. Does that mean we can hit the enemy with it twice? Stack, cooldown, 30 seconds. Oh, no, it's like some of the other skills where you can use it twice before it's unavailable. So stack, cooldown, 30 seconds. Plasma costs 350. That is more than we had here, although does it have a plasma cost over time? No, it's all upfront cost. Damage is much lower.
Ines Rea.
at
Hound
least
unit.
from the projectile, but then there's the
Commencing
Thunder Snare with a 10-second duration, continuous damage, which is not that high, but if you can increase that power, then, I mean, 10 seconds is a long time to deal that damage. Continuous damage interval, it's happening every 0.5 seconds, not bad. Continuous damage range, 7.5 meters is not huge, but if you can expand that further, and if it can hit multiple enemies in the first place, then, well, I'm not sure if it can. But, okay.
Ines Rea.
Interesting.
Hound unit.
Short Circuit
Commencing operations.
is what, a debuff? Is that a debuff on the enemies or a buff for us? Duration 10 seconds. No, it's a buff for us. 10 seconds of 50% increased movement speed. Is that... That's pretty similar to Bunny's increased movement speed. Is it the same? That might make Inez tied for the fastest character. Current coils, damage range, 15 meters again.
Ines Rea.
Damage.
Hound
There's just a bunch of different
Commencing
layers to this
operations.
skill, so it's kind of hard to get a feel for how much all this stuff adds up. But again, it's 15 meters. The skill power is pretty low. Damage interval is only 2.5 or 2.4 seconds. Very slow damage procs. Max target 3 monsters. Unless you increase the range, then it is possible to hit more. Again, the debuff lasts 30 seconds. And you're only getting 15% additional damage
Ines Rea. Hound
when that
unit.
debuff is active.
Commencing operations.
So yeah, hard to know how exactly this skill is going to stack up. I mean, this one, at first glance, looks like the strongest, but that may not necessarily be the case. So as for whether you're going to set her up as an electric singular or an electric tech character, that perhaps remains to be seen. And I don't know to what extent, if any, she has transcendent modules at this point, but of course those sometimes do change the type of skill
Ines Rea.
that these
Hound
count
unit.
as, so that might also
Commencing
affect
operations.
what type of reactor you want to use on her, and might dramatically change the way that some of those skills work. And given how we have maxed out our total number of modules, it might not be the worst idea to just kind of, you know, use some right now, convert some. Oh, I didn't even look at her passive, though. Let me see what that... I assume it's going to have to do with that custom resource that we were seeing mention of. What
Ines
is it?
Rea. Hound
Plasma
unit.
oscillation.
Commencing operations.
Skill critical hit rate increases as max MP increases. That's interesting. So, strong reason to increase max MP. That is at least assuming that the trade-off there is decent. Skill critical hits against enemies with Conductor have a chance to restore MP. Okay, and we were saying Conductor, you can probably get permanent uptime on pretty
Ines
easily.
Rea.
Firearm or skill
Commencing
critical hits on an
operations.
enemy with Conductor have a chance to cause Dark Current. Is this what we saw mention of here? But we weren't sure where it was coming from? Something was mentioning Dark Current. Short circuit, current coils, Conductor... Or was it here? Where? I thought we saw Dark Current somewhere. Maybe not? So, killing enemies with Conductor or the effect expiring still triggers Dark Current. Dark Current deals a portion of its damage to nearby targets based on max MP. So again, lots of reasons to focus on MP. And inflicts Conductor on enemies, or on enemy hit. Charges plasma whenever you inflict Conductor on an enemy. So, does that mean that's how you acquire the custom resource, it seems like? So skill crit hit rate increase max NP times 6.5%. So is there a limit on that, or can you just
Ines Rea.
scale all the MP in the world?
Commencing operations.
So I mean, if you get 100%, obviously get 100% increase max MP, you get 6.5 crit hit chance. On skill critical hit on enemies with Conductor, MP heal trigger rate 5%, MP recovery amount 5%, Dark Current trigger rate 100%, Firearm crit hit on enemies with Conductor 10%, Dark Current trigger rate
Inez Rhea.
Okay, so it's much easier to apply that
Operation.
with skills instead of weapons. Does seem like she's going to be a skill-based damaging character, not a weapon-based character, unless, again, there's a Transcendent module that changes all that. Then damage, max NP times damage multiplier times min damage rate minus max damage rate. Okay. Whatever that means. Damage multiplier, skill crit hit rate. Okay, so it seems like there's a lot of MP and crit related stuff here. So those are going to be two things you very much want to scale with her. The cooldowns already seem like they're so fast that you probably don't need to put as much of an emphasis on that. So that helps make it a little bit easier to spec her module wise. And max damage rate, 100%, max hits 3 monsters when inflicting conductor, plasma charge amount 2.5%. So, and we're seeing the plasma coming from here and here. Those are skills that require it in order to activate them. And can we see this? Okay, I was curious to see, given how she has all that MP stuff, does she start off as a naturally MP-oriented character? And it seems like that is the case. Defense is horrible. Shield, not that that matters too much. Shield recovery out of combat also doesn't matter too much. HP, actually not horrible. Who are we comparing? Oh, we're comparing this to Bunny. Okay, so not that Bunny has that much HP in the first place, but it is Ultimate Bunny. But MP, that is good. That is good that she has some NP to work with, at the very least. Okay. So her passive does not work like it says, but we think it's bugged because the damage changes at random. Wonderful. Wonderful. I mean, she just got released, so I mean, I'm not terribly surprised to hear that things are not exactly working as intended, but hopefully they can sort that stuff out soon, and we can figure that stuff out soon. Her best mobbing mod does change everything into tech. Okay, so she does likely seem like she's going to be an electric tech character. As I said, selfishly, I think that works pretty well for me, because I think I have a better reactor for that combination, and then also, I think just in general, it's nice to have characters who use different combinations of stuff. Like, yeah, sure, it's totally convenient to have every single character use exactly the same reactor, but then it also means that 99% of reactors that drop are completely useless, so getting a little bit of variety there is nice, so that when you do get a well-rolled electric tech reactor, you actually have reason to use it.
Modules will make you stronger.
Okay, so let's combine some modules and see if we can maybe get some new stuff. Oh, wait. Combine. I've been doing so much. Okay. View duplicate only. I've been doing so much of just the scrapping duplicate ones. Like, wait, what? No, I can't just do it all by holding the shift button, right? Okay, actually, before we do this, I just want to check how many new modules are there? 2. Okay, 2 Transcendents, specific for Inez, that makes sense. Time of the Hunting Hounds. Well, Hound is the name of the organization that she and Keelan are a part of, so that does make sense. Changes to a skill that quickly... Wait, changes what to a skill? Tell me what the subject is. Changes to a skill that quickly dashes toward enemies, deals damage and inflicts conductor on all enemies in the path, reduces the number of bounces of chain lightning and modifies it to be stackable, modifies the archetype of the modified skills to tech. Thank goodness. It actually says that it changes the type of the skill. That has annoyed me to no end for so long, because it made no sense that, I mean, yes, you can change the type of skill that it counts as. Just tell us that it's happening. Don't make it be this random thing that is not mentioned anywhere and there's no forewarning given at all until you actually place the very hard to find and expensive to upgrade Transcendent mod on there, which might then ruin your entire build. So at least giving us the forewarning, I just don't understand why there was not that transparency in the first place, but very glad that that is finally there. So I assume this is probably the one that you were referring to then, Big Country, because this does say that everything converts to tech. And then this one, Plasma Ball, removes the increased skill crit hit rate proportional to max MP effect of the passive skill. And that did seem kind of cool. I don't know how practical that is to actually scale that way, but instead creates a barrier of plasma at regular intervals. Maybe that's good. I don't know. Okay, so that does mean
If all modules
that
were the same, I'd be
technically
out the
speaking,
shop,
it is only the Transcendent modules where we're going to find new stuff. So I'm gonna be honest with you. I think we just start with Transcendent and hope that we get that stuff. Well, that's nice. Was that a coincidence? Or have they made it so that there's a higher probability of getting the ones that you're missing? Okay, because that's an old one. Hold B. Can we do everything in a... Oh, select all. There we go. Okay. Just make sure... Yeah, we're only looking at duplicate modules. Okay. Let's see. Do we have the other Inez one here? I don't think so. Lots of the very rare, or previously very rare and powerful Enzo one that was once upon a time the hardest to get. But now we can do this again. Now we'll only get 6, though. And... don't think we got it here either, and now we could do it just for 1, I think. Oh, we can do this again for 1. No, that's Haley. Okay. I might actually have... but oops. Transcendent module or 2... in storage, but unlikely we would get the particular one that we need. I mean, again, that was weird that we happened to get one of the new ones with our very first trade. Let's see, we apologize for any inconvenience caused to our descendants due to the maintenance. As a token of our apology, we are providing compensation in the form of 1-hour boosts for these types of XP and gold and Kuiper. Huh. I don't think we've had these in 1-hour increments before. And then this is ultimate modules can also drop That's true. I deliberately started with the Transcendence because I was kind of hoping we would just get them all from that and then wouldn't have to worry about doing a whole bunch of ultimate rarity ones. But since we can do them in a big bundle, I suppose it's not that tedious. This is the new currency, if you will, crafting material that you get for most of the rewards, I think, for the new event. Let's, you raise a good point, though. Since we can do the ultimate mods quickly,
If all modules
we
were
might
the
as
same,
well
I'd
give
be
that
out
a
the
shot.
shop, right?
Combine. Go. Oh, well, I mean, hold on. The original reason why I went there, because we have, like, 2 Transcendent modules in storage. It's not exaggerating. It was exactly 2. As for whether those will be precisely the 2 we need to craft the new one,
Well,
that remains to be
you're
seen.
here for
But let's
monsters,
just
right?
combine real quick, and fortunately, let's see, only duplicates, select all, and we get 158. Now this, of course, is only going to give us a few Transcendent rarity ones. But if we do this again, hopefully get a few more Transcendent rarity ones, and then hopefully get a few more Transcendent rarity ones, and then hopefully recycle again, and maybe get some Transcendence. Well, oh, hold on. Stay here, not dismantle. Combine. Now you go to Transcendent, and now we do have more to work with here. Still only showing the duplicates. Okay. Oh, well, actually, hold on. Did we get the one we needed? I don't think so. Nor did we get it there. Nor did we get it there. Okay, I think we're still missing the one that we suspect is going to be the best. Double check. Oh, wrong category. Yeah, can see we're missing one. And it's this one. Okay, I mean, obviously we don't even have the character unlocked yet, so there is plenty of time. And then we could also see there might be a specific way to get that to drop directly, so there's plenty of time and opportunity, I'm sure, to still get that one. Not urgent at this stage. Yeah, and then there was talk of those reworks for Luna, Valby, and Jaber. In Big Country, you were saying how you thought Luna was arguably already the strongest character, and she kind of supposedly was going to get buffed. Or at least easier to use in this case. I don't know if it was as much of a direct power increase. It's another Inez. Of course, now we know a little bit more about what she brings to the table. Oh, I missed.
Descendant. The enemy has modified the Ancestor's weapon with Vulgis technology and are using it to emit inversion energy. It appears they are defending the gate with it. The weapon contains ancient arcade. The structure on the ground.
Did they change the way that Luna's abilities work, where she no longer does the rhythm-based skill stuff? So, I mean, I haven't played Luna yet, but I know that was one of the main things that was unique about her, and, well, I could imagine some people might have found that a little annoying. At the same time, it was kind of cool how that was unique to her and fit in, at least theoretically, with her theme, her design, with how she's a performer, a musician. Is it just me, or these... I think they're starting partway complete. I also did not catch where the last one was. So only looking at those. Don't look at me! Your guess is as good as mine. There we go. She was actually shadow nerfed, though. Oh, this is what I get for reading chat. Reading chat while we're running at speed of light with Bunny. Running off the map. Now you read chat. Shadow nerf is so powerful that it's probably not an issue. One of her powers could refresh cooldowns at any time, however they changed it so that it could only refresh it once. That sounds like that's probably best. Where is the blue?
We must find a device with the same arcade properties. You need to attack that device from above to penetrate the inversion energy.
I mean, if you could just constantly reset teammates' strongest skills, that sounds like that's absolutely busted. I mean, just think about like Freyna's 4, Haley with her 2 and her 4, Kyle with his big ability. Like, there are so many skills that if you could spam them non-stop, they would be kind of insane. So I don't know how difficult that was to do, but yeah, if that was a thing, I can understand why that was something people felt probably needed to change. Now, for whatever reason, at least in the public lobbies, and maybe even outside of public lobbies as well, it feels like the bosses with this type of mission, the ones with the tiles, the bosses are always the tankiest. I don't know why. I don't know if these bosses actually have more health. Or if there's some other reason why that's the case, that they take longer to kill, but as you can see here, that's phase 2, and he's only at half health. This is, even by usual standards, certainly lower damage than I would typically see. Might have something to do with us having a level 5 character, even if it's Haley, level 5 Haley, and a new character who is also not fully leveled and probably has no modules, based on how that character only became available today. So, you know, those might have something to do with it, those things. I'd like to at least get you to the point where, yeah, you have a quarter or less of your health remaining, so that we can realistically kill you in the next one. Usually I do not go the weapon route, Bunny, although making me wonder if that's necessary. Also, our teammates do on 9, which also obviously means they are not getting any uptime on their skills. Yeah, see, usually it does not take this many rounds. I think this is a bit of an unusual circumstance. Okay. Well, when we run the mission, we did not get the 4 Haley, or we did not get the 5 Haley parts, we only got 4. That does not happen very often. So still need to do the rhythm, but less so when it's less punishing. Okay, I mean, again, I haven't played her, haven't unlocked her yet, so I don't really know how tough it was to do that. Jaber is still bad. I mean, that doesn't really come as much of a surprise, because it seemed like he was the character that still needed the most work. Whereas, as you said, in some ways, Haley, or not Haley, Luna was already one of, if not the strongest character. Uh-oh. Oh, no. So, we have almost exactly the same group we had last time. Plus side, what was previously, what, a level 6 Haley is now a level 7 Haley. Maybe level 8 by the time we get to the boss at the end. So, there's that. I don't remember who the 4th person was last time. It may or may not have been this bunny. But, given the choice, I probably would not have selected a bunny as the 4th person. Oh, also the Haley has not left the menu. Read into that however you will. So yeah, as I said, I mean, these missions with the tiles, they oftentimes take at least, I would say they probably on average take 2 phases with public lobbies to kill. Occasionally 3. But this is, the last one was the worst lobby I've had for this in months. And I also completely forgot where all the other ones were. Again. And as I said, you know, the fact that we have basically gotten the same lobby twice in a row is, you know, not ideal. I'm hoping this other bunny is packing some decent damage. Otherwise, we legitimately could fail this mission. We might just not deal enough damage to the boss. What are you talking about, Vids? The Haley is now level 8. You'll be fine.
Descendant, the enemy commander is using the immersion energy as a personal barrier. We We must find a device with the same arcade properties. You need to attack that device from above to penetrate the inversion energy.
I mean, theoretically, of course, Haley is one of / the best boss in character. Just because that Haley is a low level does not necessarily mean they don't have a bunch of catalysts in her that could be still making her stronger. I think the issue was more so the last time that person kept dying before they could get off all their skills, and that, of course, does mean less damage. Okay, so we have, what, 5 attempts to kill this boss? Was that a 5th of his health that we got rid of that time? Because I'm not sure that it was. And that was without any of our teammates dying, so theoretically, full... I do not have the right weapon for this, so... I thought I might need to go this route, but we are getting significantly less damage than I would have liked, because I should have done this weapon swap first. Yeah, that last phase was with no one going down, so I'm not sure we can get much more damage than that, which is a little worrying. Because we are on pace to fail this mission, I think. Also, that was unfortunate. Now we are on the right track. And we can do this. I can find where the actual boss is. One of our teammates goes down. Also not a good sign. Especially when other people don't get them up that quickly. We would need to get him down to, what, 40% health on this one? Or does it need to get down to 20% health? How many do we have? It would need to be on 40%. It's awfully close. I think we are a little behind pace. And I'm not sure how we would improve our... You know what? Hold on. Let me see if I have... Enduring Legacy here somewhere. Oh, okay. Never mind. Thought I had it somewhere. But... a little hard to locate it in a pinch like that. I was thinking, you know, maybe that's our... Oh, still not. Well, that might be our best... pure DPS weapon, and maybe that is better boss damage than this is with Bunny. Not really sure. This is where we would need to get him down to 20% health or less. Mathematically speaking, to suggest that we are on pace to have enough damage to kill him. And as I said, it's close. It's pretty close, but I'm not sure that that is enough. Especially if a teammate goes down. And I would get them up, but we're in the middle. Okay, I mean, 2 teammates are down. Yep. Top second round. Yeah, I mean, at this point, it doesn't. I mean, it's pretty clear this team is not capable of finishing this mission. Oh, I forgot it reached. I mean, it's the first time in I don't know how long since that's happened. I forgot that you don't just fail the mission.
The enemy commander
Oh, there it is, yeah.
using the inversion energy as a personal barrier.
Excuse me?
We must find a device with the same arcade properties. You need to
I don't even
attack
know
the
if this is
device
going to be an
from above
improvement.
to
I'm also
penetrate
half
the
tempted to
inversion
just say,
energy.
forget it. This is kind of a waste of time with this group. As evidenced by how they still seem to be struggling. And now I'm dead. So, like, I'm just, you know... I think we have multiple people who decided this was the right time to try to use that mission for XP, even though it's a horrible mission for XP farming, and it's a little bit difficult. It's a little bit of a damage check. And that's just not a good combination. So, I mean, we could, of course, change over to someone who does have more in the way of boss damage. Is this an overreaction? Maybe. Is it necessary? If we get the same team, it might be. Obviously, we're much slower, although in this case, there's basically no normal enemies that you need to fight. It's more or less just the bosses, or the boss, singular. So at least we'll be packing the damage this time. So yeah, there you go. We did in fact jinx it into existence, I suppose. I was talking about it earlier. I should have kept my mouth shut. I shouldn't have said anything. I mean, it's kind of understandable though, given how there is a new character who just came out today. Of course, for those who have already unlocked her or bought Inez, then people want to play her. It's just that it's probably best to not play new characters in this type of mission, he says, as there's a level 1 character in the lobby. And another character who is not fully leveled. These just are not... There are almost no enemies that we kill in this mission.
Descendant.
There is almost nothing to be gained by taking an underleveled character in here. The fact that there are only 3 people in this lobby is actually probably a good thing, even if the other 2 don't have any boss damage. Well, I mean, Ultimate Freyna hopefully has some boss damage, even if it's not a max level Ultimate Freyna. Again, we don't know how many catalysts they have. So that's another factor that did not seem to work out last time, but maybe these people are actually stronger than their character levels would suggest. But with only 3 people in the party, the boss has less health, and we are doing a lot more with boss damage now, so that should help. And even if we're slow, that's not a huge deal, because our teammates are fast. Purple, orange, I don't know where those things are. That's the purple. It seems like you walked past this one. I'm gonna assume you picked the right one. Okay, that's also a good indicator that these people at least know what they're doing. Okay, but now we get to the serious part. I'll probably use this die. I do not usually use Haley for these missions. Guess we'll use Enduring Legacy for this. And then we'll switch over to skills. Okay, we broke the barrier much more quickly. Charged up. I assumed that we would be fine, and I think that will prove to be the case. Turns out, having damage does make a difference. Imagine that. Alright, now we head on back, and look at that! We finish it in 1 phase. Rather than doing all the phases, still not succeeding, trying again, and probably not having enough damage on the second round either. It's gonna take us an hour to finish that. In fact, I don't even know if it would have been possible, unless a teammate changed their weapon around and had more damage than they were rocking on a previous attempt. So, okay. Now that that is done, take a look at, I think this is gonna be, again, some of the new daily reward things. And then this was from the previous event, wrapping up as the final one. I think we're all set and all the other stuff. Besides some weapon rewards from a previous... Or that was from the quests, actually, that we did a little while back. And that may or may not be relevant for the new upgrading system for the weapons, which that might have something to do with what you have to say. I guess we'll talk to you now, and then also seeing that our research is done. I assume that's the catalyst. Okay, let's see. So, disseminating response policy to the void anomalies. Okay, so is this the introduction to the new void boss, I'm guessing? A little embarrassing, but due to unforeseen circumstances, we've organized a new course, so please pay attention. Yeah, no, I'm not interested in your small talk. Thank you. Now what? Complete intercept battle for the new void boss. That's what I do care about. It's the Defiler. So previously this was, what, the Infernal Walker, which we were doing a little bit last time round. And the Infernal Walker was basically a very strong fire version of the Frost Walker, Swamp Walker type bosses, whereas this looks like it's a new version of the Devourer / Gluttony. So we may or may not end up doing this today. I assume it's pretty difficult, and it might take some time to figure out how best to play him. New boss has 95% toxic damage resistances, so you definitely don't want to use toxic skills against him. It's a region in void space that is so deep and dark that observation is nigh impossible. This space is commonly referred to as the Void Abyss. And the colossi found there are far more powerful and unstable than the previously known standard. Now Albion must face this deep and dark threat. I'm pretty sure that was the same flavor text it used before. But now, here we see, yes, it's basic, well, it's functionally a superpowered Devourer then, right? Same type of boss, same attribute. I mean, I'm sure his skills are not identical, but that means electric is the best way to go, element-wise. Definitely not toxic, as you're saying, Big Country, understandably. I mean, of course, our best spec'd boss and character is Haley. The fact that he still has strong chill resistance is kind of unfortunate. So, you know, who is going to be the best character here? I think we were chatting a little bit last week, right? We were saying maybe Inez could be the boss and character, although we were kind of expecting her to be more of a mobbing character. That, of course, I'm sure we have yet to determine definitively. There's still a lot to learn about the new character. But otherwise, Sharon for electric damage? Maybe. Don't know. Or if you can get fire would be the next best element. Lepic? Is this a niche for Lepic once again? He's been falling by the wayside a little bit as of late. So, I mean, not as if we're about to do this right now, but this is, of course, a new boss that we'll want to try out at some point in the relatively near future. They nerfed Frostwalker so much that Swampwalker has more health and double the shields. Hold on. Swampwalker, then Obstructor, then Frostwalker, but Frostwalker has been nerfed enough that Swampwalker is now significantly stronger. It's been a long time since I last fought Swampwalker, and I really have only done a very small number of Frostwalkers, but it didn't seem like it was that hard. Maybe I was just kind of lucky with the public lobbies that I happened to be in, where I'm pretty sure I was usually rocking Lepic for this, and maybe most of my teammates were as well, and that made it easier than it would otherwise have been, but didn't seem like it was in desperate need of getting weakened. Unlike, you know, the Molten Fortress, which was just a pain mechanically, Gluttony, who was just overall incredibly strong at one point, and I guess Deathstalker is still, of the non-Void bosses, still the highest level one, so I don't know if they've nerfed that since it came out, or at least recently. I don't remember if they nerfed it. Maybe they nerfed it soon after it came out, before I'd even attempted it, but, okay. So, let's just quickly pick up our research here. For, Deathstalker.
If it's new research, I'm listening.
But it seems like, you know, usually the approach they take is they deliberately have the highest level boss be the most difficult. And they're okay with leaving it that way for a little while. Okay, in the case of Frostwalker they had nerfed. Okay. But then why did they nerf him again is what I'm getting at. It's like, I would understand if they were looking at bosses that fairly recently were the strongest, like Gluttony, like Molten Fortress, and they said, okay, you know what? We probably should nerf these guys because they're no longer the highest level boss. And they did that with both of these. You know, maybe Gluttony could use a little more nerfing, but Molten Fortress is way weaker now. But to go to Frostwalker, who's a ways down the list at this point, just seems a little bit odd. Biggest nerf was allowing solo play? Oh. Okay, well, I mean, for what it's worth, we, technically speaking, if we want to be optimal about it, we do kind of need to get a crystallization catalyst blueprint, so we could do some Frostwalker right now if we wanted to check out what it's like at this stage. In that case, we probably wouldn't want to use Haley. Chill against chill. Probably would prefer to go the Lepic route, and it's been a while since I've last played Lepic. So maybe we do. Give him a chance, a rare chance to shine. And yeah, plenty of these. So hopefully we can fairly quickly get one of those catalyst blueprints. Of course, that's one of First Descendant's greatest mysteries. How many bosses will you have to fight before you get one of those? This could take us 2 minutes, or it could take us an hour. But then we'll get back to more of the new stuff. Okay, we do have an Inez. Which again, I'm highlighting now more so because I suspect that means this person is not fully catalyzed their character, so they're probably not that strong. We do have another Lepic as well. Okay. Do I remember how to play? Great question. The answer is pretty much no. Also, my reactor / build for him is still not really perfect by any means. Oh. It is going immune now, but I mean, that was a lot of damage. Oh, okay, are we the chosen one? There we go. Not that it really mattered. Tried to throw a grenade at us. Or he tried to throw a missile at us as I was throwing a grenade at him. We got the final say, and look at that! We got one Transcendent module from this, and it was the one we were missing. So if nothing else, we certainly succeeded on that front. Even if this does not give us a crystallization catalyst, of course that would be ideal, but I'm gonna go buy a lottery ticket. One moment, be right back. I'm pretty sure I recognize that as being the one Transcendent module that we were looking for, was it not? We have them all. Alright. Simple enough. We'll take it. We'll take it. Okay, so I think we'll get that research started, and then as I said, I think the primary thing we'll probably focus on today is doing new Void Vessel related stuff in order to get Inez, or whatever the new mission we saw in the same place the invasion missions were run from. Let's actually, while we're here, let's double check. I mean, we can also look at access info, but Descendant Inez. Okay, so standard research equipment, then this, which is new, comes from hard void vessel. Okay, so we'll certainly at least have reason to do that. And then you... hard void vessel. Okay, so yeah, that's gonna be the way we get her, it seems like. I imagine it's similar case for the other stuff as well. I mean, different pre-existing crafting components, but those aren't really going to be a bottleneck anyway. And these guys, yeah, still hard void vessel. Okay. So yeah, I think we'll do some of those, and we'll see... Hold on, let's take a look here. This is the Void Abyss. Okay. But then there was mention of us needing to meet some prerequisite before we could access that other type of mission. The one over here. So let's just look a little closer at the fine print. Oh, now we can. Okay, maybe we just needed to talk to the instructor. Void erosion. Wait, is that void erosion purge? Is that just a different way of doing this? That, because this is void intercept battle. What is void erosion purge? Oh, and set the target. That's a good point. Does that work for... hold on. Okay, if we go here, go Descendant. Go in... Where are you? Inez. We can't do it here, right? Can we do it on this one, though? So you can only do it with, amorphous materials, right? Right? Tracking? I mean, we could turn tracking on, but that doesn't do it. Okay. Let's switch characters. We're gonna do void vessel related stuff. Usually Freyna's my go-to. Let's start with these and see if anything new has happened with the, Can we go here and do it, maybe? Because this is where we would see... Okay, 15% Inez drop. And obviously the numbers change depending on how quick we are. And what have you. It's a harder dungeon that allows you to upgrade your weapons. And you were able to do it for Keelan. With Keelan you did it? Or for... Does it... I thought it was going to be the normal Void Vessel is now the way that you get Keelan parts. Yeah. That's Keelan and Fellow. Hard is still Fellow, but Inez. I mean, let's start here, and we'll see if we can get some of the Inez pieces. Of course, we don't necessarily need to get every single piece started today, but that's going to be one of our next big goals. And then later on, we can check out the harder version of this. Whatever the new dungeon is. And yeah, if it is the key for getting the new weapon upgrade system going, then of course that's something we'd like to check out as well, for that reason. Did it exist before? I just never saw it on that page? Did I just go complete blinders on? I guess we'll do this public. Somewhat similar story where... Oh, you're talking about the target reward. I see.
Launching Void Vessel Exploration Operation.
Who? Just enough. side. I don't know if decryption keys are still going to be as easy to come by as they were this past month, where basically with all the daily rewards, you could more or less just open up every single crate and not have to worry about how many keys you had, at least if you were only doing one of these missions per day. Granted, if we're about to do multiple today, then maybe we'll have to use a little bit of discretion. We do need the broken containers to get one of the new crafting resources for eggs. That, of course, doesn't require these, so that shouldn't really be an issue. As for the other ones, I think I have what I expect would be enough for when the next new fellow becomes available, getting that. So I think it would mostly be the two types that can help you with upgrading the fellows, level-wise. Special and genetic boxes. Probably skip the experimental if we do have to be a little bit pickier. Oh, what's this one? There on that. Yeah, right. I think experimental are the least necessary at this point. I think I took a peek at what it costs to get, let's see, that's genetic. Take it. Technically, we have enough genetic stuff that we can get the... Ooh, I was not sure if I was going to make that. We have enough resources from the genetic boxes that we can do the lowest level research. It's these lectin acceptors that we really need from the special boxes are the primary thing that we need. But if the genetic can give us higher rarity, more powerful drops, so we get a little more value out of that stuff, then that's better. It's the most common drop out of the genetic box. Just gives us 1,000 experience per crafted item. Skip that one. Get exactly how much it is on the other ones, but it's significantly better. Those neuro whatever chips, those are the new crafting resource we need to get for the broken boxes. I did not pay that close attention to how much we were getting from them, besides that one drop there that gave us 2. Genetic, okay. That one's just gold. That's not useful. Also gold. Also not useful. But yeah, I think I'm actually kind of close to having enough crafting resources to max out the level. Not quite. I shouldn't say that. Once the new fellow becomes available, we'd be able to give it several levels. Don't think we're about to be able to immediately max it out, but that's, I suppose, the long-term goal. Given how, at least, currently, at full power. I am curious, assuming that they add more fellows in the not-too-distant future, what exactly those new fellows are going to do, because presumably it's not going to, of course you can just change the art. Instead of a dog, now it's a cat. Now it's you know, insert cute animal here. Now it's a panda bear. I don't know. Take your pick. But in terms of what function it serves, I'm curious how they'll mix it up, because I assume they will make the function change. Will all of the fellows pick up gear for you, and it'll just be the auto disassembling that is unique to the dogs? and other fellows will do something else instead of that, or will all of the fellows auto-disassemble and it's the picking up loot part that's unique to the dogs? You did max out your fellow now? Very nice. Does he actually dismantle more often as he levels? Is that a thing? That's one for the neuromorphic chip. Okay, so those do not drop in high quantity. Of course, it's fairly easy to get the broken boxes since they don't require any keys, but it is still good to know. Would still take a little bit. And these used to drop sometimes those specific crafting materials, but sometimes the crafting materials from a different region from the munitions boxes, and I have not paid close enough attention to see if that is still the case, or if they've now made it so that that never happens and it only ever gives you the Void Vessel specific crafting resources. If so, that's actually might be kind of nice, to be honest. Just to make it a little bit quicker and more efficient to get that stuff. Well, the ideal case would be, while you have yet to unlock the new stuff, it gives you the Void Vessel specific crafting resources. And then once you have already unlocked / maxed out the levels of various things, then it starts giving you, well, I guess this is only, this doesn't, the resource in question does not upgrade characters, it only unlocks them in the first place. So once you have unlocked the character, it would be nice if it then, at least occasionally, gave you crafting resources instead. Somebody has huge damage. Well, I guess that phase is regardless. This is usually the DPS check with public lobbies, is how long does it take to get rid of that guy's shield during that phase. If it goes down before we finish the 4 for Freyna, then that's a pretty good sign. This should be pretty good DPS for this group. Like a little more mana, please. Not definitely preemptively, because it's got immune for the first few seconds. Down. Okay. Might have ended up cutting ourselves a little bit short there, but wasn't too bad. And he's dead. And so is our teammate. Okay, so we actually do have reason to open these now. That's gonna take a little bit of remembering. This has been a while since we last actually did these, so let's see. Usually what, it's the further to the left it is, the rarer? Yeah, I think so. Probably go for this. Okay, that's one of the Inez pieces. But I think we're doing a few of these. I mean, yeah, I guess we could potentially see if we can immediately get started on that, but as I said, it's not as if we're about to finish crafting Inez today anyway. So, just want to get as many of the pieces as possible. By the time the stream is done, we'll get those research pieces going. And then hopefully next time, we can actually play Inez.
Smooth as ice. Watch carefully. Launching Void Vessel exploration operation.
They changed. Oh, were you referring to the frequency with which the fellows dismantle stuff when you say they changed it? Or something I was talking about more recently? Okay. But yeah, as I was saying before, though, I do still wonder, what are they going to do with the new fellows? Special... Oops, I think shift, I think I did. Skip the experimental. There's the sprint. Okay. It's like I kept on hitting shift, which is the button to usually switch whether you're sprinting or not. It's like I can't tell if I'm actually sprinting right now, or if I'm just pressing this so often that I keep canceling it out. Way this time. Ooh, that was closer than it should have been. Someone's already up there? Okay. Just gold again. Darn it. Maybe one that would heal you. Oh. What was I thinking? Oh, another thing they could change, which would be pretty minor. But the doggo does also give you a bonus for, what is it, module drop rate? As it levels up. So they could just make it so that all the fellows pick up items, all the fellows disassemble items, and it's just the bonus, the passive bonus that changes. Because that would be very easy for them to change, you know. One of them gives modules, one of them gives equipment drop rate, maybe, basically just throw in various external component bonuses. You know, one gives an XP bonus, maybe, so on and so forth, or at least those types of things. And then, as I said, I feel like there wouldn't be that dramatic of a difference from one fellow to the next. It would just be depending on what you're looking for. If you care about Kuiper, care about gold, XP, modules, so on and so forth, that's the primary reason why you change your fellow, but honestly the difference isn't that big, so you could just go with whichever pal, whichever pet you want to have. Don't need to worry too much about min-maxing it. So I could potentially see that being the case. Okay. For a second, I wasn't sure if that was the kind I wanted or not. I started opening it before I read what type that was.
Watch carefully.
Oh, that's a blue one. Okay, from one of those genetics. That's the middle rarity. Okay, so Repton, Ceramic Composite, those are the area-specific crafting spots. Okay, and we have now run out of decryption keys. We used them pretty aggressively before. Oh, I'm pretty sure we might have a reward in our mailbox that'll give us a little bit more. I'm actually not sure about that anymore. As I said, once upon a time, that was a thing. Very much a thing. But we skipped a bunch of areas. At least get this. So yeah, I mean, I guess you could make a case for different fellows either having very minimal differences, and then you just go with whichever one you like the most and you don't worry too much about min-maxing, or you have fellows that have very different skills or bonuses, what have you. And then, plus side is you can do some more interesting things with them. The downside is that, you know, if you really wanted to have a dog pet, and the dog pet has a suboptimal bonus for you, then kind of unfortunate. So you could kind of look at it either way. Kinda just depends on how ambitious they choose to be with the different types of skills, abilities, and bonuses the fellows provide. There we go.
Enemy container has been revealed. Verify the data.
Okay, so which one did we got one of these two last time. I remember it was at least circular, if not semi-circular. Let's go this route again. Okay, I mean, we'll take the resource box. Not our preferred reward, but still not the worst. Yeah, we'll do one or two more of these at least. See what we can get out of them. That would be kind of cool if you could change the appearance of the fellow to be whichever one you want while also getting whatever bonus you want. Because if I had to choose between a dog and a cat, I would strongly prefer to go with a dog pet.
Launching void vessel exploration.
To the extent to which I would potentially go with a dog pet even if the cat had better. I would if it was a small difference in utility, in value, I would still go with the dog. If it was a huge difference between them, okay, maybe you could get me to use a cat. But I imagine cat will probably be the next one, right? That's the obvious next direction, and then eventually if they continue to make more, then they might start to do some more obscure animals. Yeah, I mean, that would give people the best of both worlds. I'm just not sure if they would choose to do that. Obviously, that's not something you can do with characters. You can't just have your preferred character appearance and combine that with your preferred character skills. Then again, of course, character and fellow is, those are two different things. Fellow, by just about every account, is not as significant as your character would be, so maybe they're willing to give people more flexibility on the fellow than they were on the character. Okay, so now we know we do have a somewhat limited source of the keys. So I'm going to hold back on the genetic. I think it's primarily the special that we're looking for here. And obviously the broken, as we were saying. No downside to taking those. Of course, there are no special boxes on this occasion. Ooh, that almost messed us up. In our team, I didn't even look. We have one other train, yes, Sharon, okay. I would say we don't have the speedsters we had in the past. We do have a Viessa though, and they can be quite quick. A little surprised that we were leading the charge here. down.
Watch your feet.
There isn't one there, so oh, never mind. You can go if you would like. Experimental, genetic. I shouldn't have said anything. Should not have said anything about the special ones. Guess there's never a spot over here when you go in this direction. There was a broken that okay. I missed one. We'll live. I don't remember, what was it? Is it 20 of the resource you get out of the broken boxes that you need for a given component for Inez? I think that's the volume you needed. And it looks like you can give as low as 1 per box. Definitely saw 2. I don't remember if we've seen 3. So I'm wondering if it basically try to do some math to estimate how many of those you'd have to open. Say it averages about 2 per box. It means you need to open 10 of the broken boxes per part for Inez. And since I don't think you need that for the blueprint, it's only for the other parts, that means you need to open 30 boxes total. And given how the Inez drops have anywhere from like 20 to 10% drop rate, and sure, any of those would work the first 1 or 2 times around, but eventually you only have 1 left that you need, and I would think that would all add up to mean that I don't think those broken boxes are going to be holding people back. Maybe if they do actually average a lot less than 2 per box, but I mean you can't average much less than 2. Oh, I guess there are some times when it gives the, hold on. Okay, that's 1 of the correct type of resource, but there are times when it gives the area-specific crafting resources like that. So that is technically a 0. So yeah, it probably is less than 2 per box on average, in which case the math is not quite as favorable. Okay, yeah, they could actually be a bit of a bottleneck. Again, I mean, 1 box is not going to make that big of a difference when you need to open up that many. But it's good to get a sense for how many we're going to need. And of course, we can double check how many we have. Right now, I'm just speculating. Trying to recall, but as I said, didn't necessarily watch it like a hawk exactly how many we had coming in. That is not what I meant to do. Although that was kind of crazy how far we went to get that punch in. Where did you go? Excuse me, I just want the mana. As soon as the fire is gone, I will have to get you up. Slightly.
Enemy container has been revealed. Verify the data.
So now we go for this one, and again, we have one of these two. I don't remember which one it was, but that's not what we want, reward-wise. Pet that can revive you, that would be OP. That would be strong enough to make me use that pet regardless of what type of animal it was. You know what? I don't know why this came to mind, but I was just starting to think of other more obscure pets that they could choose to make. I want a pet chameleon. I don't know why that came to mind, but I have decided that or a pet iguana.
Vessel exploration operation.
Give me one of those that for some reason revives you. It's the half circles one we got? Okay. Thank you. Please step on the poison. Poison puddles are in, I assure you. It is the latest trend. Do we have two people who haven't moved this entire match? Because it kind of looks like that. That is a little concerning if that is in fact the case. Rather not run this entire mission with enemies scaled as if we have a full party, only for half the party to play. Broken, special. Special. Now it's making up for the lack of specials last time. Okay. But you can also see now why it can be kind of hard sometimes to see exactly what you're getting out of a given box. When you open up that many in quick succession. That was one of the people who was hanging out at the start, so good sign that we are seeing them doing stuff now. Something back here? There is something back here. This one is active this time. Oh, you're right. Oh, that's probably why they were at the... Yeah, they were probably using a catalyst. That's probably not a coincidence. I mean, at least in that case, as we were talking about before with the other mission today, the invasions, there's level 1s and there's level 1s. If you're a level 1 because you've quite literally never played the character before, then obviously that character is very weak. and that's a little bit of a concern that you're going straight into a hard mission like this. But if you have catalyzed multiple times, then that's quite a bit different. Sure, your health and your MP is lower, for sure. But you have a lot more other stuff working for you. With the additional modules you're able to squeeze in to receive all those catalysts.
Watch your feet.
Yeah, okay. Just someone who already went in. Yeah, have we ever seen one of those give 2? Or rather, give 3? Obviously, we just saw 2. Feels like it would be a lot nicer if it gave just slightly more. We can double check once we're done running all these types of missions, see just how many it adds up to be. Seen no more than 2. We've shone no more than 2. Oh. Oh, that is the first just catalyzed. They leveled up as they were dead. Good to see, good to see. They're getting stronger, don't worry. I mean, at least in this case, this is also just more understandable that they're catalyzing these types of missions, because these actually give experience, unlike the invasion missions, which give practically nothing. Is there one over there? I didn't notice. Don't think there is. Especially since we have 9 out of 10 right now. Yeah, it's not active. Okay.
Damn it.
Yeah, so like at this point, I would like all of these to be giving us the... Ooh. Shouldn't have said anything. I would like all of them to be giving us the new crafting resource. Why does that keep saying... Oh, it does say it even when you've already opened it. Double check, because I thought I missed it. Okay, yeah, there's the 10th. Okay, so we're all set on that front. We were flying on that occasion. Yeah, not Sean Scene, like Sean Bean or Scene Bean. Oh. Never mind. Remember, before I knew that that was how you spelled the name Sean, I was reading the back of the Lord of the Rings DVD and seeing, or maybe it was in the credits of the Lord of the Rings, which, for those who are not familiar with actors' names, the guy who plays Borg here, who is also in a lot of other movies, he's a fairly famous actor. His name is Sean Bean, but it's spelled Scene Bean. So if you don't know how to spell Sean, you see that and you go, that's a weird name. No, no worries. No worries. I jest. So many lasers. Aha. The Holy Grail. Oh, we don't even have our ultimate back. Never mind. Not even that important right now. Oh, hold on. Excuse me. Excuse me. Thank you. Immunity. And you said we have the half circle one. Well, it's another resource box. Not really what we want here. It's actually the voice actor for Civ 6. Not sure if I remember. Well, I haven't really done much of the Civ games, to be fair, but I mean, that's a pretty big deal to have that big of an actor for that.
Launching void vessel exploration operation.
I'm hoping we can get at least one more part for Inez here. One that we, of course, don't yet have. We've been a little unlucky in that regard, though, of course, the non-Inez mods do still have the higher drop chances, but you can hope that a little bit of volume. Eventually, you get some of those other stuffs. But as I said, in many ways, I kind of anticipated that this was going to be the primary thing we would do today for the sake of trying to get her. And then, while there are other things that we still have yet to try, those, not universally, but at least in some cases, might be the kind of things that would be good for once we have Inez, like the new special operation hard mode missions, because those can be really good for experience. So that might not be a bad thing to wait on. As for the new Void Colossus and the harder dungeons, those maybe less so. But obviously we haven't tried them yet. Civ 7 is coming soon, but it's releasing at $80 $80 Canadian, $60 American. DLC day 1, yeah. Yeah, I never really... I think I did get one or two of the Civ games several years after release, once they were on a pretty steep discount. But, never really been a Civ person. I did, more so Age of Empires. Which is not to say that I was ever any good at that game at all. At that point, I was, you know... I would not really say that I was a serious gamer, so to speak. But that's the one that I have more experience and familiarity and nostalgia for. Oh, I thought we were gonna... I thought we were gonna make that jump. To this moment, I'm still not sure if we did. Not sure the game really knows either. Ooh, okay. We're good. We're good. Love them. Still regularly play Civ 6. Yeah, like, I'll be honest, I don't really remember... Okay, well, that was just a... There was no direction with that jump. I just immediately jumped out. Well, as it turns out, it actually helped. I don't really... The individual Civ games do not really have an identity for me. Like, I couldn't really tell you which one specifically I have and have not played. I think I've honestly only ever actually played 1 or 2 games of Civ, and probably not even all the way through, because they take so long, but I'm not even sure which one or ones those were. Definitely not 6, I don't think. I want to say probably 4 if I had to guess. But I definitely could be wrong.
Smooth as ice.
Appeared and is dead. Reggie all set? No, he's still at work. Now we're good. Okay, hold on. Oh. I mean, I guess it's better than Nameless Fellow, but tell me you can do better than Dog. Oh, not that one. Not that one either. give me those. Give me these instead. Not those. Nor do I want those. Oh dear. We just went full Spider-Man mode on that one. Superman. Lids, how dare you combine Marvel with DC? Don't you know those two would not exist in the same universe? Look. Are they okay? That's their dog. Oh, okay, everything's fine, don't worry about it. Never mind. I picked the wrong time to sit down. Yeah, they're a bit crossovers, of course. I'm just making fun. Making fun of myself. A little lighthearted. There he is. Wait for it. Now you can.
An enemy container has been removed. Let's verify the data.
Okay. Fingers crossed. And no. We are not getting particularly lucky. Okay, let me at least check. I'm curious when it comes to these guys. We have 22 of these neuromorphic chips, which I believe is just enough to get one of those Inez piece crafts going. So I mean, we could head over to town, do that, and just split up some of this stuff by doing something else for a little bit, and then potentially circling back a little bit later. See if we can get more of the Inez stuff. But as I said, it's not as if we have to get all the Inez pieces right here, right now. We're not going to be able to play her today anyway. Just trying to set ourselves up to use her next time. So instead, let's go here. What is that? That looks like Bunny on the far left. Other than that, I can't really make out anything in particular.
If it's new research, I'm listening.
Okay, let's see. So, don't know what these are, but this would be the normal rarity, or the basic leveling consumable for fellows. This is the medium one, this would be the high one, so we did get one of these. So we should prioritize that. And then use... We actually got a lot of these lectin acceptors. So we can do 5. Yeah. I mean, at that point, might be getting kind of close to having enough to max out the next fellow. Probably still not quite there yet, but decent progress in that regard. Then the Inez art is this one. Yeah, so it is 20 of those chips per component outside of the code. So, I mean, at least the good thing about that is it's pretty consistent. You do usually get a lot of the broken boxes per run. Of course, as I said, you'd like the quantity to be a little bit higher. But since it takes you a while to get these drops anyway, you might just already have the chips by the time you have the parts, depending on, of course, how lucky you are. It's okay. We have at least one of those going. Have some of the fellow crafting resources going. And we could head back for more Void Vessel stuff, but there might be something else we could do in the meantime, just to split that up a little bit, so we're not doing that non-stop for hours on end. And as I said, I feel like if we're gonna save one thing for later on, it might make sense for that to be the new hard mode special operations. We can take a look at just what those are here, but I'm referring to these guys, which are now Kuiper block on... Wait. Hypermine blockade. That phrasing is slightly different for what it's worth, right? Used to be block Kuiper mining. Anyways, now it's in Sterile. Last time it was in White Knight Gulch. And then the resource defense last time was in Fortress, but now it's in Echo Swamp. So the hard mode versions are in new areas. And we could do them today, yeah, but the main reason for or one of the main reasons for doing these is because they're very good for XP farming, so it feels like it's just a natural fit for leveling up Inez. So maybe we wait on these, although I think we saw some of the drops. It's not showing them here, but I thought we saw some of the crafting resources, new crafting resources you get from this, or maybe it was this new mission. Whoa. Okay. Hold on just a second. Void Erosion Purge. Increases enemy HP. I mean, usually there are a bunch of buffs here for enemies on any of a number of missions. Vulgis level. Whoa. Okay. That's pretty high. That's pretty high. Says playtime 15 minutes. 15. When completing a purge... Wait, next stage progression when completing a purge with 5 minutes of playtime remaining. Okay, so speed is somewhat important. I don't know what that icon means. It looks like that's electric. Firepower Augmentation Core. A core that can be inserted into an unlocked core slot to augment a weapon. This object was discovered during a void erosion that occurred as Ingress and the Void drew closer together. Its cause and creation is best described as an anomaly, but the object's possibilities inspired Anais to research it. In the process, she was inspired to name the object Core. Create, optimize, revolutionize, and evolve. So these, that's fire. Attribute, okay. Hit, tactical, precision, special. Presumably those upgrade weapons in a new way, not entirely sure how, but confirmed you can pity farm Inez. Oh right, we didn't try doing the target rewards with her. I forgot about that. That potentially could have helped a little bit. I mean, again, we'll probably end up going back to do some more Void Vessel missions in a little bit, although this intrigues me. And it sounds like it's going to be pretty difficult. I don't know what type of mission it is exactly, and what exactly we do or do not want to prioritize, but I feel like it may make sense to go with Freyna, because overall I feel like she's kind of the strongest character outside of movement speed, and speed is a factor in this case, but just how important that is, I'm not entirely sure. They have a barrier that blocks 85% electric fire and toxic depending on the factions. Oh. Oh. I'm not seeing the word chill there. Also, the game has crashed, and I'm not entirely sure why, because we were just sitting on a menu. But, okay. We'll boot it back up, I suppose. I think I did actually see one of the, it might have been a hotfix a little while back, which suggested they were having some performance issues with, like, memory leaks or something like that, and I didn't really make much of it at the time, but then I feel like I, on one occasion, had a time where it seemed like that might have been a factor, so I don't know. I'm no expert on that stuff, but maybe some little bugs like that. I suppose good thing the game chose to crash when we were not doing anything at all, rather than right in the middle of or about to finish an important mission. Still not letting you in? Darn it. Okay. So yeah, I don't have a great sense of which character is best to take in these missions, but, you know, that's kind of part of the whole thing, trying it for the first time. You just have to see, right? So I feel like we'll go with Freyna if it happens that the enemies have huge shields for toxic damage, then whoops. But we'll learn one way or another. But I feel like Freyna gives us a good balance of mob clear and also boss damage, so from that standpoint at least, I think it makes a lot of sense to take her. Otherwise, take anyone else and you kind of need to compromise on one of those things. But what exactly we're getting ourselves into, I'm not entirely sure. But we're about to find out. Okay. This looks like the, Fortress? Fortress dungeon? Maybe. I might be totally wrong about that, but... This is totally the Fortress dungeon. That is a shield of some variety. Oh, what? The, like, first enemy dropped one of those types of resources? Okay, I mean, I also don't really know how significant that is, but that seems a little bit strange. They're getting a bunch of those. It seems like they have Roman numerals next to them, which may either relate to their power, or that may just correlate to which elements or which, you know, type they are. Special augment for the purple one was a 3. Purple always 3, or is that mean that that's actually a higher tier than purple maybe any Roman numeral? I don't know. The mob density is not that high. I'm noticing that. Okay, orange. Green was 1. Mob density is not that high, but there's... Okay, that red was 1. Okay, so I think the Roman numeral just means how strong they are, not necessarily what color or type of stat they do. Yeah, the enemies are tanky, and they seem to be dealing a pretty decent chunk of damage, which makes sense given how it said this was, what, 160 level of the enemies? But it is nice in that it seems as though we are immediately getting some of the benefits from this mission. It's not as if you only get rewards if you make it all the way to the end, so you know, if you can only make it through the first couple of rooms for whatever reason, then you can potentially still benefit a bit. Wait, full purge condition. Complete mission objective before time limit runs out. Time reduction on failure, 24 seconds. Does that mean if the team wipes, we lose 24 seconds? Is that what that means? Okay. Definitely some new mechanics here. I'm intrigued, to say the least. We are starting to head toward what, at least in the original dungeon here, part of the fortress would be the boss fight. So, I assume there is a boss here of some variety. Said there were some rewards for finishing it quickly, right? So, exactly, to a certain extent. There's still more detail. I've not used it once. Probably should do. With some of these elites now that we're far enough through here, I feel like this might be the time not to do it. Oh, might be the time not to do it, so that we aren't on cooldown when we get to an important encounter. But you know, the layout looks like part of the fortress, but it is not the same layout, or it might be reverse part of the fortress. It's throwing me off. I think it's reverse. Yeah. This is one of the earlier versions of Arkham Fortress. Which means I am going to start doing this. See, it's interesting because it seems like we're getting a lot of drops here. Oh, okay. This is the boss, or a boss. And I, of course, did end up having our 4 on cooldown when he appeared. First phase. What does he do? Does he give the orbs? Yes. I missed. I think get the full 4 off. Looks like we got him. Okay. Okay, so that's mission complete. We get a bunch of stuff at the end. Feel like we should head back to Albion and just try to make sense out of what just happened. So depending on how quickly we finish, we either get just the reward or we also unlock the next level. And in that one, okay, so we were not quick enough. These are the rewards you get for finishing, although it seemed like we got way more than that just from beating the enemies along the way. Let's just go take a look. Because isn't it Delson, the shopkeeper down here, who you can sell things to, but is otherwise, or at least was otherwise, almost completely useless.
Keep it
Who
short.
interacts with these things? Let's see. Purchase equipment, sell, equip core. What does this do? So unlocking core slots on an ultimate weapon and equipping cores gives the weapon a variety of powerful options. Select the weapon to unlock core slots. If the weapon already has core slots unlocked, you can equip cores. Okay. So, I mean, if we can upgrade the weapons we're using in this mission, then obviously that would help, but this, for example, is what I'm using with Haley for most of our boss fighting. Unlock core slots for your ultimate weapon. The type and number of core slots is determined by the weapon. You can preview the slot types that will be unlocked on this weapon and the options that can be assigned in those slots. To unlock core slots, your weapon must be level 100. Okay. Core binders are consumed when unlocking core slots. Okay, I saw those with a Nace, but we did not have the stuff yet to research them, so maybe we can research it with the things we get from those types of missions, or maybe it's something else. Let's see. Void Abyss Metal Fragment. I assume that means that comes from the new Void boss. Check. Or, it's not letting me check here. So this one you get to do anything. Then later on, choose an attribute. These are stats you would usually see rolled on the weapon. Sprint speed, grappling hook charge time increase rate. What? Aim shot accuracy. Okay. Interesting. It does seem like these ones are significantly weaker. Hard to get excited. Outside of sprint speed, it's hard to get excited about many of those. Especially since this is well, if this is a weapon that I'm usually using on Haley for boss fights, recoil doesn't really matter. Hip fire accuracy doesn't matter. It's a sniper rifle. Weapon change speed doesn't really matter. Sprint speed, Haley does have reduced movement speed. So that is probably the best option there. Grappling hook charge time increase ratio, maybe. Aimed shot accuracy, maybe. But yeah, it seems like these are much less exciting than things like rounds per magazine, fire rate, attribute status effect, reload time, maybe. This, damage, and this, something else that could be damage of some variety. And it seems like they can vary from one weapon to the next. Weak point damage, firearm crit hit rate, crit hit damage, that's really good. Fire rate on a non-sniper rifle, probably more meaningful, but it is useful regardless. Bonus damage to a different given type of enemy, that's less intriguing there. Enduring legacy, weak point damage, crit rate, crit damage. In this case, again, sprint speed maybe a little bit. Hip fire accuracy maybe a little bit, since Enduring Legacy doesn't have incredible accuracy. And then that one, which is hard to get excited about, but okay. Interesting. Oh, the lower level orbs. At first I thought you were just referring to the positioning of these, because the two lower positions seem significantly worse. But yeah, no, that makes sense. If we have different rarity, or different, power levels, rarities of these types of orbs, why use an attribute augmentation core 1 when you can use a core 3? I don't know, it might even go higher than that. It might go up to, who knows? So, okay. That's interesting. Let's take a peek over at Anace's research to verify how we get these. And maybe those. Or more specifically, these. Yeah. Oh, wait, what? Not only from the the Void Colossus fights, but also... Interesting. Also from the extra difficulty dungeons. Okay. Those, I would guess, probably give a lot less than these do, but these are probably more farmable. So that's interesting. And then I'm not sure we've seen what the use is for you yet. Device required to replace a core mounted on a firearm. Okay, so that's like, get one in the first place, and then if you don't like it, you use this to change it. This also, for what it's worth, looks a whole lot like an Ironheart. It's been a while since we last saw an Ironheart, but if I recall correctly, it looked quite a bit like this. But then you... Oh, you're much less expensive. I guess that makes sense. Unlock it in the first place, difficult to do. Change your mind, want to do something a little bit differently, comparatively much easier. And it requires the same resources to get that. Okay. Interesting. Oh, and you, did we look at how we get you? Oh, right, that's from the hard mode special operations, but we looked at these and it didn't show these things on the rewards, so maybe they just drop directly from the enemies? Like, Kuiper or Gold? Or, like Void Shards? Either instead of or in addition to those things. So, okay. Interesting, he says as he walks into the wall while reading chat. So, it seems like, assuming that progressing here is a big deal, which I don't know that definitively, but given how it lines it up like this, one would assume either the rewards are better or there's some other reason why we would want to continue to progress. And the speed at which we completed this was... Well, it wasn't fast enough to unlock the next round. We have a better sense of what we're going up against. It's a bunch of elite enemies that are very tanky. And, is there a way we can set ourselves up better for success? Can also now get battle pass weapons from that same guy. Okay. I mean, many of the battle pass weapons have not been great, but just to be able to max them out is nice, because in many cases that was not possible unless you paid for the battle pass. So, I mean, we could just jump back in here. Not necessarily sure that's going to immediately set us up for success, not unless we get a little bit lucky and have a bunch of teammates who are very fast. I mean, there's a chance that it's just more efficient to do it solo, in which case enemy health is much lower. Maybe that's so. Maybe that's the meta. Well, let's try it one more time with the group. We'll just see how we do. I have no idea if we were lucky or unlucky last time round. We know we should probably use our 4 more often. It's a while before the boss shows up. And we kind of know where the boss is. But if nothing else, we get more of these crafting resources. Again, more so just from defeating the enemies, but also from completing the mission altogether. Is it just Viessa or Sharon? Darn it. I was not fast enough. If only I had either of those presets on the first page. Well, we have a couple of VSs here, and a bunny. Did you say these were actually electric shields? If so, that's unfortunate for Bunny. Breaking out before more often. Making a conscious effort to do that. Okay, mana's gonna be a little more of a constraint. See, we are the only Freyna. I don't remember, did we have 2 Freynas last time? I think we might have. That's actually kind of good for us to only have one, because it's a little redundant to have multiple, right? That was probably overkill because this guy was already half dead. Everything. Okay. Still some value. Who is left? This guy. No more. I assume this is not great for experience just based on the number of enemies we have here, or the lack thereof. However, given how high a level the enemies are, I don't know. Then again, this is definitely not the kind of mission you would want to be doing with a low-level character, I would think. This might be the last room, in which case, might not be the ideal time to break out before, but... Oh no, it's not the last. We're fine. Yeah, was that Yesa who was doing that big chunk of damage? If so, then that is pretty good sign that may be the way to go to optimize. The fact that we have 2 VSs on our team is a little bit telling as well. That may not be a coincidence. Mana. More mana. So it's interesting, the way in which the mission gets its difficulty is quite different. Because it's been so common as of late for the way the game to increase the difficulty by just giving you a ridiculous number of total enemies, or having, in the case of the Colossus fights, of course, one super strong boss. This is an in-between in a way that we haven't really seen before. Super strong leads. Am I? Oh, I am zooming ahead when we're not ready to zoom ahead. Oops. Oh, yeah. Ready? Now we're ready. Okay. Yeah, so I am curious if soloing is actually significantly faster, because it might be if you choose the right character for the matchup. It does reduce enemies' health by quite a bit. is this the room where the... No, it's not yet the room where the boss is. Where are we going? Oh, now it is the boss. Okay. Those do a ton of damage. Uh-oh. I don't like that. Oh, no, I don't like this. How many...
My shield.
Oh, no. If we abandon, does that give us a time penalty, or is it only if the entire team wipes?
I felt that.
Okay. Everything's fine now, right?
I'll load.
Probably shouldn't do that. I wanted all my mana for R4.
My shield. Shield is damaged.
That would be, of course, one of the major downsides if you were to do this solo. You can't revive yourself. No, I just activated this. No! Very bad timing on several levels. Oh no.
Would you please save me? Shit.
Bunny! No! Then we wiped. What happens now?
This could get messy.
Now our timer has filled up such that we don't get some kind of reward. Is that the timer for us to unlock the next level? In which case I'm actually surprised we were that close. Wow. It actually was pretty close. If that's what that timer was for. Huh. We might have no MP in combat. Looks like it, yeah. MP out of oh, that's also wrong set. Name. So we can look at Slayer. Out of combat is... No. Which category is it on? And that's no longer Slayer. Might have some in storage. Right, we just have no MP, period. Not helping sometimes. I mean, if there were a few times where that was an issue. There were a decent number of mana drops, but that might have been a little lucky. It's on the sensor. Let's take a look at what we have here. Okay, so storage, external components, sensor, you said? Yep, okay. Sort by name, in combat, and MP. Okay, so this might be the answer. Yeah, okay. That looks like what we want to do. Oh, wait, what? You're using Annihilation set? Huh? Hold on. Hold on. Give me this. Oh, wait, no. Well, we would kind of like chill resistance, but... Double MP. That. MP recovery out of combat. No, we're gonna want the HP. And then what are we missing? Is the memory? Just take a quick check back here, see if there is an obvious one we're missing, or one that we would prefer. That might be better. We did the sensor. Memory. No, these are all the wrong set. Processor. Change to Hunter. Is that, that's one of the newer ones, right? What was the one we were thinking about swapping? I think it was the sensor. Or not sensor, auxiliary power. Yes. Okay. Let's actually override that. Okay, so that theoretically gives us more damage, a little more skill power, actually fairly significant skill power bonus. And then we have the MP that we were looking for. It's from the Void Vessel. But on Freyna, not as good as Slayer. Okay. Well, that's actually a pretty big improvement. We could also, if we really wanted to, upgrade our reactor a little bit more. I kind of deliberately haven't, because it's not perfect. I was kind of waiting until we did get the optimal Freyna reactor before we do that. Although we were also saying that it might make sense to swap over to Viessa. I mean, I feel like we did okay that time round. Apparently, we were kind of close. We could upgrade this reactor once. I mean, I'd rather not do the last upgrade if it's going to be exorbitantly expensive for something we don't... Yeah, you know, that's expensive enough. I feel like it's probably best not to go there unless and until we truly have something that is worth investing that much in. So I feel like we should try giving this another shot with Freyna, because I guess we actually got pretty close that time, at least until we wiped. But now we are stronger with the external components, and of course, if we're going with a public lobby, who knows? Our teammates could be better, they could be worse than last time, we're not really sure. But we're a little more experienced now. And as I said, this mission doesn't seem that different, but it feels different to play. It's basically like constant mini-bosses. Not constant swarms of enemies, not one really huge boss that's incredibly powerful, but lots and lots of mini-bosses that are extremely tanky. And we do have another Freyna, which again might technically be a bad thing. Might have less health than we did before. After switching around our external components, that might be a thing. Might be the primary downside of the swap that we did. But this is also only 3 people in the lobby, which is kind of a strange number to have, because it does mean that theoretically the enemies have a little bit less health, but not a crazy difference. just go out of the way to pick up more mana. Not that we needed it, because apparently there was one dropping right there, but it seems like it's been a little less of an issue. Health does seem like it's a little more of an issue. Our damage does seem better, but again, that may be in part just because the enemies have less health in the first place. Makes it a little hard to have a truly controlled experiment. I should not have answered that. Someone.
I'm loading.
And again, I mean, as we were saying before, even if we have yet to progress in this type of mission, it is interesting that we're still getting a decent number of these drops. Now, are a lot of them rank 1? Yeah, it looks like it, and maybe they drop at higher ranks more regularly as you progress, but it at least makes it feel as though we are not, wasting our time with these missions that we've been doing thus far or anything like that. This feels like a bad place for me to stand right now. Might be, but the boss doesn't spawn in until you cleared out a few waves of enemies first. Might be one more big room after this. Yeah, because we'd be very fast in the last room, I guess. But by the time the boss spawns,
Loading.
maybe. Oh, okay, yeah, as you can see, still going. Great timing there, unless we can get another lead. Oh, you are. Not getting a great sense for how we're doing pacing-wise relative to the other runs. This is the final room. I think it might be. A lot of it depends on just how quickly we can get the boss to spawn. Because yeah, there are a lot of elites here right now. And then when the boss spawns, how quickly and cleanly can we take him out? Of course, last time we saw we wiped once and nearly wiped one or two more times. And so that gives us a big penalty. Oh dear. Could be a problem. Well, I can't actually pick that up. First phase. Oh, is he always spawning back down there? I feel like he wasn't usually doing that. least get you back up.
Don't die on me.
Aimed at us? It might have been. They're really gonna fight behind here a little bit. Do this. Almost down. There we go. Did we do that quickly enough? We obviously got the reward. Will tell, I mean, if we look at this page, it should tell us how quickly we did it. I think that means we did it quickly enough. I think that 10-minute mark is the threshold in question. And if so, then we did it with several minutes to spare. And again, the previous one, it looked like we were potentially going to do that. We just obviously ended up wiping, which gave us a big penalty. Slash meant that we had a significant amount of time in which people were not actively dealing damage. No, not fast enough. Oh, okay. Oh, snap. Okay. Oh, no, there are only 2 pages, but still. I did not realize there were 2 pages. Oh, and it tells you... Okay, the level goes up. I see. As you progress. Okay, so... And some of these you can do private and public. Some you can only do private. Huh. Don't know what to make of that. But... I mean, by the time you get here, that's insane. So I know we've mentioned in passing how it felt in the past as though, hey, maybe the game could use a little more challenging content to really push players at endgame. Looks like this might be it. Apparently it's 5 minutes, so I wasn't sure. Because you said something either 5 or 10 minutes before. Wasn't sure if you meant that we needed to finish in 5 minutes or finish with 5 minutes remaining left on the timer. Because it's weird. It had that timer in question, or it had the like threshold, it seemed like, listed at 10 minutes. So it's kind of odd that it doesn't list that at the 5 marker. Because does the 10-minute threshold matter at all, or is that just not a threshold? And for some reason they chose to label it that way. I don't know. But in that case, we took longer than 5 minutes. I didn't see if it was like 7 minutes something or 8 minutes something. It will even go further as, alright, on a later date. In terms of how many different levels it has and how high the level of the enemies go. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. In terms of gold, I didn't see how much we had initially, so I don't know how fruitful it's been in that regard. Again, I imagine gold XP probably not the primary reason why you do that, and you wouldn't really want to take a low-level character that would benefit from the XP in those missions anyway, otherwise you'd stand basically no chance. So I'm guessing it's going to be primarily about these guys, the crafting materials, and again, just how high these go in rank, I'm not sure, but I could see, just given how many tiers there are, that to the mission, that there could be a lot more tiers of the crafting material as well. Unless we did see, since some of the mods you get from these basically mimic mods you can already roll on weapons, and when you roll mods on weapons, what you can get blue for the normal low end of the range of stats, you can get the purple for decent mid-tier rolls, and then the gold gives you the higher rolls. So there's only 3 categories, right? 3 tiers of rolls. So does that mean rank 1 equates to the blue mods, rank 2 equates to the purple mods, and rank 3 equates to the yellow mods? Maybe. We did it in 6 minutes 45, so we actually weren't that far away in that case. Obviously, percentage-wise, that is actually still a fair bit of time we'd have to shave off, but that's interesting. So, not sure that we're about to zoom through this type of mission today either in that case, but as I was saying, I mean, it's interesting. That feels like that's another challenging stretch goal for endgame content and may require a fair bit of optimization. And, you know, our build on Freyna right now, module-wise, is... Well, we don't even have a Transcendent module on her at the moment, but it's mostly built around typical mob clear speed. And given how this is not a Colossus, but... or the enemies here were primarily elites, you know, might that affect the way that you want to build your characters? I don't know. And we took Freyna and we were saying maybe Viessa might be better still. I think it goes up to 8, maybe even 9. Okay. For those crafting materials. Interesting. I mean, as I said, I feel like that would make sense given how it would be strange if they dropped the highest ranking ones when there are, there's a whole nother page of higher level content after this. So maybe we try one more, but we take a different character. Ooh. Okay, we might also want to switch this around for Viessa as well. Guessing we probably don't want Annihilation set for her. So what were we doing? We were going here, I think. We were doing this, that, and then the MP one. Yeah, Freyna's best with lots of weak enemies to quickly spread her ability across the entire map. But a little less so... I mean, she's still good against tankier enemies, but yeah, it's probably not her specialty. So maybe this is more Viessa territory. And again... good, but not perfect. Ooh. Not perfect reactor. So we could upgrade it further. I'm a little reluctant to do so. The one that you see that was fully upgraded is our one that we're using for Haley. Because that is perfectly rolled. Crit rate, crit damage. Oh, okay. We might have been dissuaded from using this before because of the scout rifle. But that, we could potentially make that possible to use with a different category of weapon. And then this starts to look pretty nice. We are, with you, we're going absolute 0. So we are... singular across the board. And does this now say... No, they did not update this to say it changes all your skills to singular. The new Transcendent modules they did, but... So... not sure if we need the crit chance, but the crit damage would certainly be nice from the reactor. As I was saying, we have been using Perforator on this reactor. Crit rate cooldown, which is also not double gold, but also probably not the perfect types of stats in the first place. So the double crit does intrigue me. Obviously, we lose the cooldown in that case, which is a little unfortunate. Replace a range with shields or another health? Specifically for this type of mission, you think? Let's see. Maximize range. Does give us a lot of range, but does come at a slight cost to power. Oh, and then that does raise some questions as to what the implications are for the type of module. Will it still match? Because health, is that mostly the C? Whereas shields... Do we have a spear and shield? Huh. Maybe it just doesn't work as well for it, but I'm actually a little surprised that we don't have spear and shield. Because it's just generally so good. Oh, VS only gets 250% range, so missing a bunch of our range anyway. We're not getting the full value out of it. Okay. I mean, if we were to do this, it's an easy swap module-wise. We lose out on some range, but that might not have been much of a concern anyway. We aren't at the max range at this. Actually, hold on. Go back to what did we have there? Was it amplification control? No, it wasn't. Although that's an option, I guess. It was maximize range? Yeah. So here we were on what? No, we were definitely higher than that. Thought. Because that can go up to, well, that can go up to 250. Maybe the other skills. No, 250, 250, 200. Not that that makes a huge difference there. 250. So it doesn't look like we're over-investing in range right now. At least, it's not as if we're exceeding our cap. As to whether we need to be that high in the first place, that's, you know, a different question, but... Oh, the 188 is actually 288. I see. I see. Okay. So we're a little bit over in that case. We have something that's just giving us a little bit of range. We could maybe, like, that's pure range. And that's slightly more than this is, but this comes at a little bit of a cost to our skill power, which is why I'm tempted to take that one out. Yeah, I think it makes the most sense. Dump that. Yeah, now we're under the cap. Well, yeah, because you save that. Yes, that means we're at 192 rather than 250%. But if we do that and get spear and shield instead, easy swap, get a little bit of defense out of it. Not that that's a huge deal, but the skill power, could throw that on instead, which is nice. Or as you said, straight up HP or shields. It's just that the module gets harder to fit in that case. Unless it's overwhelming defense, but something tells me that's probably not the right idea. Yeah. Maybe we try this. See how we fare. And as I said, just VSA in general is obviously not a character we've taken yet for this this mission. Although we were wondering about the reactor, whether this was worth throwing on instead. It would require some crafting to get it up there. Probably would want to take it off scout rifle, although that's not be all end all. You think you dumped one of the focus modules? Oh, cheers. I mean, this intrigues me. Because I don't like that we don't have crit damage. I hate that we have to... I wish it was crit damage cooldown rather than crit damage crit rate. Actually, with 30% crit rate, could we dump a crit rate module? How much are we getting? Oh. Where is it? Yeah, no, that's a lot. Can't really dump that, and it's not like we would want to dump this. It's about the amount of crit rate we're talking about, but would rather not sacrifice 65% crit damage. But our cooldowns are so fast with VS already. I feel like we can probably afford to do that. Does mean we'd have to swap the weapon to a scout rifle, or... I think I have not yet done, what is it called, implanting the module, or the reactor rather. I don't think I've ever done that yet. I've just never really had an ideal reactor to do that on, and it is expensive. So I'm a little hesitant to go that route. Certainly, at the very least, we would want to enhance a couple of times, if not more than that. Oh, not weapon. Reactor. Do that, but just how expensive is the implanting the reactor? This one, oh, and I forgot you have to sacrifice a reactor to do that. Machine gun. We have a not amazing reactor we feel okay about sacrificing. Handgun. Submachine gun. Launcher. No, thank you. Oh, this is bad. Hand cannon is actually what we're currently using on our existing reactor. But that costs 200, 2,000. Obviously, we have enough, but this is actually, these are resources you need to craft the material you get for the high-level enhancements. These guys. It's actually not as obvious that that is something we're feeling okay about doing. I feel like we do... Let's do this. Get enough that it's well upgraded. Not fully upgraded, but well upgraded. So it's definitely now useful from that standpoint. Now, if we weren't to implant it, we would probably, what, put on a blue beetle? Is that the best? That's a scout rifle, right? Yeah. Does the passive do anything for Fiesta? Or the unique ability? Fusion, singular. When using singular skill, get purification, which removes debuffs. I mean, it's something that's not the stronger of the two types of skills you get, or buffs you get from this, but it is something. It is also a slowish weapon, but oh, also it's not that well rolled. Nor was this, to be fair. Let's give it a shot. Let's see what happens, you know? Again, I don't really expect that we're about to just tear through this type of mission and immediately ace it. But I don't really think that's the way this is supposed to be designed. And I think that's a good thing. I think, as we were saying, it's supposed to be a challenging mission, and it's good that it is proving to be a fairly challenging mission. It's putting some pressure on us to really fine-tune our gear, optimize things, get the perfect combination of reactor and weapon and modules. So let's give it a shot. As for whether we end up doing better than last time, who knows? but nothing to lose besides the resources we invested in that stuff. But as I said, deliberately didn't invest everything, so we wouldn't feel terrible, even if it feels like this is not really the direction we wanted to go build-wise. Remember, yes, setup is different. Constantly pressing buttons. Cooldown's a little bit slower. Noticing that a bit just because our cooldown has slightly faster for DSF. Feels like we're going pretty quickly this time, though. We do have what seems like a pretty good team here for speed. Maybe outside of Bunny, assuming she might not have quite the damage we're looking for. Definitely feels faster. Maybe I'm jinxing it, so maybe I'll just stop talking about that. I said nothing. And you heard nothing. I don't know what you're talking about. Not now. That's pretty nice. That's pretty quick. Clear speed. Feels like overkill. He's dead. Yeah, I don't know. Fiesta is definitely seeming like she's a better choice than Freyna, at least from what I can tell here. For all I know, maybe it's because our teammates are absolutely carrying right now, but I feel like the numbers I'm seeing from our skills, too, are encouraging. And again, you know, what was Freyna's greatest strength? Passing over the skills from one enemy to another, which is most meaningful when you have a crowded room of little enemies, but that's not really what we have here. So maybe that plays into Yes's strengths a little bit more than it does Freyna's. This is the boss room now already, I think. Again, take a little bit of time. Have to kill these guys before the boss shows up. Try to save the war for him. That's such a long cooldown for DS. That's a huge concern. He spawns here. Maybe I'm a little ahead of myself here. There he is. As soon as I leave. Right down. His damage is really big, which is one of the reasons why it gets tough as soon as he kills someone. Because then there are fewer people for him to choose to attack, which means there's a pretty high chance he's going to go after the person trying to get the revive. And that's when you might wipe. says, as someone goes down, but did we do it there? As I said, that felt much faster.
Too early for this.
Let's see. We did that in 4 minutes, 52 seconds. I think we did it. We might have only just barely done it, but I think we did it. Okay, let's head back to... I assume you have to head back to Albion to go the next tier up. And I'm not expecting us to just go through every tier today. But if we did unlock the second tier, we can at least see what it's all about. But yeah, that definitely felt better than it did with Freyna. As for whether we optimized VS perfectly, again, probably not quite. Well, let's see. No! It wasn't enough. But why? I thought we did it. We did it in 4 minutes, 58 seconds. I just hope there wasn't, like, something I needed to interact with on the screen there. Oh, and I hope... Okay. Again, obviously, I only just started doing these types of missions, so I have no idea how the later rounds work, but I really hope that you don't have to do them all immediately in succession. So you do the first one, then you have to go straight into the second one, then you have to go straight into the third one, so on and so forth. I hope you can take a break in between, or, do different missions in between. But I don't know. I don't know exactly how those missions work, but that was better. Apparently not quite good enough, or there was some other thing we needed to do. Okay. But, for the same reason why I didn't really want to do non-stop Void Vessel missions, I think maybe we'll take a step away from those missions and either go back to the Void Vessel or... Let's see. The ones we were just doing do contribute toward the weapon improvements, but as we were saying, we probably want to wait to do that until we've gotten the higher tier crafting materials, because we suspect they may actually go quite a bit higher. And you can't do that stuff until you get some crafting resources from this guy. So maybe we try this guy out. Again, I expect this to be very difficult, and we're definitely not going to succeed every time we attempt this. Even when we were doing the previous one and had gotten some practice with it, we still were not getting anywhere near 100% completion, although I had done a lot, actually, after our last session with Haley, and in public lobbies had decent success, but I think a lot of that came down to people learning the mechanics, and so you basically just had a group of people who knew what they were doing, and that helped a lot. I did see a lot of familiar faces as time went on, like, oh yeah, I've definitely done this mission with this person before, and obviously that's not going to be the case here with such a new boss, so that will also be a factor making it a little bit tougher. And I would generally say, for whatever this is worth, that enemies of this model, namely Devourer and, more importantly, Gluttony, have generally been more difficult than the Walker enemies. Again, maybe that's in part because the Frost Walker I didn't really fight when it was at its strongest, and so didn't get a good sense of that at its worst, but, and, obviously this is a completely different enemy, so it may have nothing to do with the Gluttony, or Devourer-like mechanics, especially since Gluttony in particular has some pretty unique stuff. So I don't know, I'm just speculating. But if we are to try this out, our best bossing character in a vacuum would be Haley. However, this is a toxic enemy, which means that's the second worst element to use against him. Is that reason enough not to take Haley? Ideally, we'd use an electric character, but we really don't have any electric bossing characters unless we attempted to make it work with Sharon, but I don't know if I've ever tried using Sharon with a boss. Certainly not since we reworked and did Ultimate Sharon. So, pretty skeptical about that. I'm feeling like either we try with Haley, or we take the fire route, which is theoretically an element that he's a little bit weaker against. Still not the ideal one, but a little bit better. And we take Lepic, who's, yes, spec'd for a boss-oriented character. He's also not as well optimized build-wise as Haley is, and in general is not as good of a bosser as Haley. So, take your pick. Also, apparently we did something here, probably with that new type of mission. Complete void erosion purge. Encroaching. Okay. So yeah. Take your pick. Haley or Lepic. Feel like let's try Haley, at least initially. Can't believe they still haven't fixed the issue for PS5. Yeah, I have no idea what the sense of timing was on that. Did they give the perception that this was just going to be give them a few minutes or a few hours and then they'd be done? Or was it like hey, we need to wait an entire day or two before we're going to get this update ready for PlayStation? I don't have a sense for what the expectations were in the first place. But I think let's try this with Haley. You know, if it's clear that chill is not the correct element, then of course we can swap over to Lepic. And again, I think we're mostly just poking our heads in, seeing what this encounter is like. They said investigating the issue. Okay. Yeah, I think let's poke our heads in. Let's see what the boss is like. I imagine we're going to wipe very quickly, at least on our first attempt. As whether we try again with Haley or choose to swap to Lepic, we can see. But let's check it out. We'll go the public route, so of course, also there is definitely the question of, how good are our teammates going to be. As I said, given how this is a brand new fight for everyone, I don't think anyone is going to be very experienced with this. So I kind of doubt we're about to get carried by an absolute pro, but who knows? Let's see. So we have... Oh, Glay. Glay is interesting. Okay. That's worth considering taking her. Valby and then Ajax. Okay, so I also just have no idea what the mechanics are like. So, I'm not gonna jump in on the front line, especially not with Haley. We'll see, maybe we're a sitting duck right now. Maybe we're not. I don't know. I don't know what that is. But I do notice that there's a purple something going toward him right now. We did break one of his shoulders, which may or may not be meaningful. That did not crit, unfortunately. Do we have to... Are all of our teammates by those purple things? Do we have to destroy them or something? Is that going to fuel a wipe mechanic that I don't even know exists? It might. No, I'm guessing we don't go there. That looks like something that hurts us if we stand in it. Maybe? I don't know. We're learning. We're going to figure it out. Mechanics. I don't know what the mechanics are. Okay, but I see that you're shooting this. I see that you're shooting this. I will now choose to shoot this. Okay. It looks like it's a barrier. Okay, I get it. It's a shield around this thing, and then you have to destroy this thing. I assume. Okay. So, as expected, we are very likely to fail miserably on this attempt, but I think we've already learned some things. I'd like some help, please. Thank you. Okay, and he's getting more of these as time goes on. Okay. Okay, someone left the mission. I expect that's probably because he might be about to do a wipe mechanic. And they may have sensed that that was something that was on its way to happening. So what happens if we destroy that? I mean, it's gone. As I said, he has made more of them. At a fairly quick rate, no less. So I don't really know what to make of this. Is it just making him stronger? Is it going to fuel a wipe mechanic? Is he like healing or something? I haven't really noticed if he's healing with this. Okay, that actually is very effective. Let's see. Okay. That's interesting. I mean, unsurprisingly, I suppose, Haley's big boss damaging skills do really well against this. Can we actually pierce that? We can. Okay. What happens when we remove those, though? We're also about to die. There is no wipe. Okay. But I think we just lost? Yeah. Okay. So, let's head back for a little bit. Just think about what we learned. So yeah, if there's no wipe, then that's either making him stronger defensively or offensively in some way, one would assume. I noticed that even when we destroyed those things, the shields come back very quickly. And then there's the little device that's inside the shield, much like with the, it's basically the opposite of the Devourer fight. Because with the Devourer, I mean, he's healing while that's happening, but he has the little shields that you have to be inside of in order to attack the devices that are doing the healing during his immunity phase. But in this case, rather than being inside of those bubbles, you have to be outside of the bubbles, destroy them, and only then do you have a brief window to destroy the actual device there. It's just that the shields come back quickly, so you have to do the damage very quickly. What's up, Darkside Studios? We are trying a new boss fight. Not this one. This is a similar one, but a new boss fight that is very difficult and very new, and so we have no idea how to fight him. So we're trying to figure out what the strats ought to be. So, I mean, we can, like with Haley, use her big skills. You can destroy the shields pretty quickly and then destroy the device, hopefully, after that. But then it's just not clear where you go from there, because there are still going to be multiple of them, because he makes them so quickly. And what do we achieve by destroying those things? But yeah, Glay and Executor, right, I think is actually pretty tempting. And is that the person who left the party midway through the run? They might have been. I feel like we had Ajax and, I forget who the other person was, Valby. And Glay might have been the one who left. And if Glay is in fact the best character for this, then that makes sense that that was the person who knew what they were doing and was most concerned about us not paying attention to the mechanics. They may have been the resident expert. So if we were to go to Glay, then we go Executor. I did actually, this is a little while ago at this point, but I did catalyze up the Executor off stream, I think not quite entirely, but almost entirely. Do I have it in my inventory? I might. Oh no, it's in storage. Wait. Where are you? There you are. Okay. How is our Executor looking? Colossus damage, firearm attack, crit damage, electric attack. Modules wise... Oh, well, I mean, it doesn't have a energy activator, so that's one very obvious thing. And we have two spots that don't have a catalyst right now. Oh, I think this was mostly me guessing as to which modules were good, which may be partially, but probably not entirely correct. But this is probably a weapon worthy Well, so we can apply a catalyst now, in which case we'd have all but one spot catalyzed, so that might be sufficient. And then, I think it's probably worthy of an energy activator, and we certainly have enough of them that I think we can afford to invest one here. Because by some accounts, this is the best weapon, at least when in Glaze hands. So we do this. Shell up, I wasn't 100% sure of, but, I mean, that is technically, by some accounts, extremely powerful. Hold on. Remind me what exactly Executor does. Let's see. You have to be up really point-blank range, right? What does it do? On hitting enemy with all bullets, which could make Shell up a little bit of a downside, actually. It's harder to hit with all of them. Grants the unique ability Executor's Exaltation. At the highest stage, increases weak point damage on hit and inflicts electrocution on the target enemy. So you really want to hit with all the bullets, which means, again, point blank, especially with a shotgun, might be kind of necessary. And it increases weak point damage, which means, again, probably want to be relatively close range so you can hit the weak points with a shotgun. Real Life Fighter is really good because each pellet actually activates its ability. Okay. Let's see. Do we have Real Life Fighter on right now? No, we don't. I threw on Electric Conductor. Real. Is it hyphenated? It's hyphenated. Okay, it's the M shape. So, I mean, we could put this on. We would have to get rid of Electric Conductor, but put this on. We'd put it in the empty spot, and then we could catalyze this spot to make room for it. And we will want Shell up. Yeah. I mean, certainly the upside of this is huge. It's just a matter of to what extent does that make it more difficult to maintain the special ability for this weapon, and I would hope it's still manageable. Certainly seems like it would be at least worth giving it a shot. Okay, so let's put the M on there. Then we can go over and upgrade some of these modules. And again, now, much like with the other mission we were looking at before, we're just giving it a shot. Maybe this is a better character, better weapon, better setup, but
Welcome.
by no means do
You're here
I
for
expect us to
right?
be doing perfectly on day one when we are just trying out this stuff for the first time. And, oh, it would help if I equipped the weapon. So we're trying our hand at it, but I'm sure in the future
Hey there.
we
What can I help
will
you with?
find ways to be more effective. Okay, enhance weapons, Executor, Real Life Fighter. So this is the one that gives huge attack bonus when you hit a weak point, up to 10 stacks. That buff lasts for 5 seconds. You lose stacks if you fail to hit a weak point. So that's the downside. So, another reason why you really want to be up point blank, shooting in the weak point. Because I think you, lose 2 stacks per failed weak point attack. You know what? I think I actually did see someone using this weapon and doing like a recommended build for this weapon. I saw them using Real Life Fighter, and while on paper, this sounds like the best module in the game, or one of the best modules in the game, in practice, I think it can actually be a lot worse than you would think, because in that very video, I remember seeing that there were absolutely pellets that missed the weak point, and that made it so that this was not maxed out most of the time. So I remember seeing that and thinking to myself, you know what? Maybe this actually is a little deceptive. Maybe even if on paper it seems amazing, you have to look closely at just how often you have the max stacks up. And if they aren't consistently there, then you may have better alternatives, and that might be why I was looking previously at, what did I have there? A different special mod. I think I had, what was it, electrocution something? Where was it? Not that. Possibly this? Because the unique ability inflicts electrocution? What does upgrading... Hold on, I just want to see what upgrading that does. That improves the cooldown, right? Not the damage,
If all
I think.
modules were the same, I'd be out of a job, right?
No, it does improve the damage. And the cooldown. Ooh. Oh. I think you might be able to make a strong case for this. Yeah, that's true. That's true, Big Country. I think it would depend a lot on the enemy, just how consistently you can hit those weak points and get up close enough to do that without dying. Because especially against the hardest boss fight in the game, I imagine it's probably not the easiest thing to just walk right up and wave hello as you shoot the enemy from point-blank range. So I'm feeling like this electric circulation might be a better option than real-life fighter. Now, granted, this boss does have large weak points, so for a character like Haley, with a precise weapon and precise skills, you can hit those weak points very consistently, even from range. But with a shotgun, even with big weak points, I'm a little skeptical. I feel like real-life fighter is not really the answer. I mean, we can afford to, like, it's not the end of the world if we upgrade both of these. It's more so that I did actually already invest a catalyst for the type that was going to be for real-life fighter, which may or may not be a wasted catalyst, or, I mean, when we choose to swap around the modules for a specific enemy, then sure, it gives you that flexibility, but at least for now, I think this is the way to go. And then do we have anything on that slot of any variety that we'd be able to benefit from? Fire rate up is not leveled up right now, nor is rifling reinforcement, which is, you know, absolutely something we'd want to get, but can we fit anything here? I assume we have crit damage. Crit damage? What about crit rate? Crit damage. Most of those are going to be this kind, right? That's usually where crit is. An edging shot is usually really good when you level it up. We do have 250 catalysts, true. However, we no longer have any weapon proficiency on Executor. So if we were trying to, you know, have a fully spec'd Executor ready to go right now, then that may be a bit of an obstacle. We should have that, right? Wait, do we? Huh? We don't. Oh. Wait, do we need the... Hold on. How much crit does this have to begin? This has built in 100% crit chance, doesn't it? I don't think you need the crit chance. I remember that. Vaguely. Okay. So even if we were to get a crit rate module, what we really want on that crit rate module is the crit damage. Somewhat counterintuitively. Or whatever other secondary mod is on there, but those are usually things that don't really get oh yeah, so in that case, edging shot would just be bad. Be pure negative. Like insight focus. I'm not sure if firearm crit damage goes up as you level it, but that would potentially be worth considering. Not sure if we want to reduce our fire rate. Like, what if we do this? I just want to check. Does that increase the crit damage as it levels, or does that stay stagnant? That stays stagnant. Only the crit rate goes up. This stays at 3.5. So that's not great. And, I mean, it's better than nothing, of course.
You're here for modules, right?
It is better than nothing. But its crit might not really be the answer there. Maybe we can find something of the malachite variety. I mean, we do have strong reason to go the weak point route. We do already have focused fire, okay. Not necessarily sure that's definitively the best kind for this. And slow art is, if you don't care about fire rate, really good, but I think we can go with action-reaction instead, although the recoil might be an issue with the whole accuracy technically being an important thing. We have you already. Yeah. Not entirely sure what we want in this last spot. Unless, is there one of the elements? One of the attributes for M? No? Apparently not. Like, you know, electric enhancement. If it were the right type, might be tempting. Since this does do electric damage, and this is an electric boss we're looking for. Let's just see if we upgrade the modules that we're pretty confident we want here. How much capacity do we have left? Like, rifling reinforcement is a no-brainer. Now we have 20 left. Fire rate up is a no-brainer. This is not catalyzed. Action, reaction. Again, the recoil technically could become an issue, but the firearm attack is just so huge that that's usually something you want to just cope with. And then, where was the focus fire? It's mostly about the weak point damage. Not necessarily certain this is the best. Smithereens might be good, since it has higher firearm damage, and the boss has a higher firearm crit resistance. Okay. I mean, either way, I think this is a weapon that we would like to invest in. As to whether it is the ideal weapon for this boss specifically, that I'm not as sure about. And now we only have a little bit for this, and this is also the module that we're least certain about, so we'll just invest a little bit in that. Let's jump in with this and see what happens. And it could be that Smithereens is better. I don't think I've invested any catalysts in Smithereens, so that would take a lot longer to do. But, you know, that's... I did not mean to talk to you again. But that's what I mean, you know? We don't need to be perfect on day one. We're just experimenting with this stuff, seeing what it's all about, and getting a sense for what types of things might or might not be effective. And we're testing it. And then if it turns out Smithereens is better, then we can focus on that in the future. Firearm crit resistance and skill crit resistance. Yeah, I did notice on the previous Void Intercept battle that even with Haley and with her, her 3 fully charged up to give her the increased crit chance and crit damage, we were still not critting against that boss anywhere near as often as we would against other colossi. So I assumed that meant that, given how it was the strongest colossus, it had more crit resistance. So I imagine if they did that for the previous Void Intercept battle, they would do that for the new one as well. So that makes sense. But it does potentially mean that, yes, going all in on the crit route might not be optimal for this, or at least it's not going to be as good, of course. Nothing's going to be as good as it is against other weaker enemies, of course. But we still don't really know how those shields work. Okay, I like the Luna. Guessing base Freyna is probably not a good thing. It's so long since I last played Glay. Okay, so we want to get up real close. But this is also the wrong weapon. Pretty sure we lose our ability as soon as we take weapons, so... Also, we're about to die. We need to be closer than this, and we're dead. But this is also, I mean, obviously our execution there was not ideal. But in general, as I was saying, it's not gonna be the most straightforward thing to just stare right at the strongest boss in the game and go, "You don't mind if we shoot you from point blank, right?" It's death count 3, which is the same as the previous boss, so that makes sense. Previous intercept boss. We did destroy those shields. They did. Obviously, I had nothing to do with it, but... Probably would have preferred to have been closer to you. Again, this is not really close enough to be consistently hitting the weak points, but I'm also wary of this happening. So, I feel like if we had, rather than Luna as our support, if we had a Eugen who just came in and knew that we wanted to attack this boss from point blank and helped us out in the process, that would probably be the ideal setup, but obviously we can't guarantee that with a random public lobby. But I could see that being very helpful. Okay, well... So this... Oh, especially if it takes us a long time to vault that cover, is basically over. Yeah, so, I mean... It seems like this team was actually, despite having some potentially lower level characters or less catalyzed characters, let's try this one more time, but they seemed to know what they were doing a little bit more, because they seemed to make quick work of those shields, and we did not even help at all on that front. But this feels like the approach with Glay, although, again, on paper, might mean a lot of damage. In practice, I am not sure that it is that realistic to assume we can just face tank the boss like that. At least not without significant defensive / healing support of some variety. Which, if you go in a private lobby with a teammate, maybe you can make that happen. But, oh, excuse me. He made that on top of me. that damage does seem pretty solid. Because I destroyed the weak point that I was originally going for. But we're definitely not getting, or would not be getting the real-life fighter stuff. Well, that's true, but we didn't actually, we didn't, end up locking in real-life fighter. We went with the other one instead. I don't need to be quite as concerned about exclusively getting these points. Did he make... Oh, well, he's making something here. That's an attack. He's still taking the kills with dot. I'm also so used to playing Haley where as soon as I activate my ability, I'm not allowed to roll. I am allowed to roll. Thank you, I think. Oh, I need to do this first. Oops. Hold on. Why are you not changing for? Oh, there we go. Okay, so that's just an attack. Ow! I'm surprised we lived through that, kind of, sort of, except not exactly. Love if he didn't immediately... That was another thing that the previous Void Colossus did, was as soon as he killed someone, he would walk straight on top of their corpse to make it really hard to revive them. Yeah, Inez might be best. Just because she's electric, and there aren't really that many electric characters that are well-suited for bossing, unless you have a bossing Sharon build, which might be better than bossing Bunny build, but that still isn't saying much. That was definitely our best attempt, though. That was significantly better than the other ones. To the point where, I don't know if we got luckier, if it would have been possible for us to have succeeded there, but it didn't feel like we were completely hopeless on that attempt. For whatever that's worth. Maybe that's just, you know, ignorance is bliss. Let's try one more time. One more time. The first one was discouraging with Glay. That second one, though, that one was encouraging. Albion can farm him solo in 50 seconds. Wow. Yeah, and I mean, that's, like we were saying with the other type of mission, that could be a factor. It's just, the number of people you have in the party could be a big difference maker. It affects how many, how much health he has. But also, does he just not drop anything that gives us health? So it feels like that's the case. I also feel like we are not the best person to be doing the reviving. Especially since we are probably the least tanky. Sort of. That was impressive tanking from Enzo here. Switch, and do this. Doing something. I don't know what that something is, but it is something. Dodge, allowed to do that. We're actually getting some damage off here, he says, as the teammate goes down. We are the slowest character I'm now remembering. More so than Haley, or just similar to Haley. Oh, thank you. This is actually a good way for us to charge up the executor, since we're at least initially hitting all the bullets. Oh no, please don't shoot at me. Oh, someone jumped on. Clutch.
Just take it easy, alright?
Get all the bullets. Don't shoot me. No. This. He's big enough that at least seems like it's not out of the question to hit all of your shots. Oh, the other Colossus, of course, regenerated / healed off the weak points. I'm curious if this guy does that as well, since we did have someone jump on. Little weak points getting a little low. Close to being grappleable soon. Okay, so now he's doing that. I assume means he's making the purple shields, although I don't see them. Just that he's doing this attack now. Which does seem to be dangerous. Ow.
That's
A much larger.
Ow. Oh, I was about to pick up more health.
right.
How much health does this end zone have? It's insane. A lot more than us, I can tell you that much. And now the purple shields are up. Do this. Come on. That one's down. Close to breaking through his shields. Now he's getting mad though. Do this. Oh, I dodged out of one and into another. And that was probably also not the best time to activate this. Also, probably don't want to step into the purple either, I imagine. That's our first death for the party, at least. And as I said, the shields are almost down. He does have the shields up here, though. It does seem like his weak points have gotten more blue and less yellow. What is he doing? Looks like, I hope there isn't someone over there. Because if there is, then he is just absolutely bullying. I do like this weapon set. Is he using those to power up that big skill? Is that how it works? Well, he's still using it now. Oh, there's a rhythm to exactly how many times he uses that ability before he stops. No, I don't like the look of that.
Damn it.
Okay, at least got you up. Uh-oh. as well. There's one death left. So we get them.
Powering shield and light.
Okay, that doesn't look good. I don't know if jumping is sufficient to avoid getting hit by that. Probably isn't. Time is going to start becoming a factor pretty soon as well, I think. Might not be. Oh, what is that? Huge poison breath-like attack. Uh-oh. This could be the end. Oh, there are multiple people down. No, I didn't see this person. And we're about to go down as well.
There's still a lot to do.
No. Drop some stuff. Namely health. Stop doing that. Open that one quickly. Anyone up here? I mean, I do really like this setup for taking out those shields, at the very least. Seems like our damage is decent against him. Or at least there's a lot of numbers popping up. But his health bar does seem pretty big. It is hard to get uptime on our skills. Trust them to get the revive. No, they did, but this person went back down. We're gonna die before we get them. Yep. Uh-oh. This is the end. Oh, unless Enzo absolutely clutches it up. No. No, Enzo. You were the chosen one. You were supposed to bring light to the Force. So definitely our best one thus far, by a significant margin. Still not sure if it was close enough for us to feel like it's possible to succeed with just a little bit of luck. But it's a fun fight, it's interesting. And as I was saying about the previous Void Vessel, or not Void Vessel, but Void Colossus fight, I like how they're challenging enough that it requires... Oh, and we had a VS and a non-high voltage bunny. Yeah, so as I said, the Enzo I felt like was doing amazing work there. At least defensively and reviving people-wise, but I imagine he had a lot of weapon damage as well, and helping other people get more weapon damage too. But I like how at least the previous Void Intercept. Just don't put Void in front of every single mission, and that would help. But Void Intercept battle, the Infernal Walker, I liked how it was quite difficult to the point where, in order to succeed, at least in a public lobby with a full group of people, you really stood to benefit from having a team dynamic. You have, I mean, yes, you might be able to pull it off with a whole bunch of Haleys to just DPS down the boss, and sometimes that works, but oftentimes, in those cases with that boss, you know, one Haley goes down, and Haley is not the quickest of characters, both in terms of movement speed and in terms of your animations for your various skills. So, if one Haley went down, then usually it takes a little bit before another Haley can get over to you, especially if those other Haleys are all too busy using all of their damaging skills and don't drop everything to get a revive. And then by the time a Haley does get over there to try reviving you, then the boss might take that person out as well. And so, generally, teams were much better. Teams had a much higher chance of success when you had a good balance of having one or two high DPS characters like Haley, and then having at least one support character like a Eugen, or really good shields coming from an Ajax. And that was a lot of fun when it felt like you could really see the difference of the teamwork, allowing the team to get the damage still, but not fall apart the moment that one person went down. Just did it solo on Haley. Ooh. Okay, we've not tried it yet on solo, so that might be worth giving it a shot. And that also suggests that you are back in. It's working on PlayStation, I suppose. Unless... Yeah, I mean, if you're up and running, you're welcome to jump in. But now you're tempting me to give it a shot at least one time here with a solo Haley. Let's see. Go private. Oh, the last boss, not this one. Okay, yes. But yeah, that was actually, though, what I did a lot of the previous boss. I mean, we'll still try this. It's probably not going to work particularly well, but I did a few of the solo Haleys. I found it really frustrating because obviously in that case, you know, it's just this super high stress, all in, do or die. The boss is focusing entirely on you, and you die the moment it looks at you. Which is going to happen this time as well. And I mean, they were relatively quick, but the rate of success was not very high, and probably drove me, and it took a few years off my life with how much stress it was causing. Whereas a well-rounded team in a public lobby, we just immediately made those shields. And I'm in one of those shields. Let's try this. Does that damage him as well? I doubt it. I want to see if his health bar moves when we shoot this. I don't think it does, but also I'm still not entirely sure exactly what those shields do in the first place. So now what if we do this? Wait for you to shake. Then hit ya. No reason to wait here. It's just us. Okay, something. Probably don't want to be right next to you. Ow. At least the other boss fight I found, the other thing is that you don't try to optimize for maximum damage from Haley's skills, you just get them off when you can. Because you're gonna get killed very quickly. This is not exactly the idea. I did try to use the 4. But then this would happen a lot in the previous arena of the Infernal Walker was more wide open. So I would almost always find that as soon as I died, I would load back in, and he would immediately have he'd be immediately targeting me, and would have a skill ready to go to almost immediately kill me. And I couldn't even move or oh, he could charge for that's terrifying. Oh my god. Okay, I did not see that coming. That was interesting. Okay. So yeah, I mean, if he rushes you down like that as you are playing with Haley, good luck. That's probably not a very good way to take him out. But yeah, and as we were saying before, the elemental matchup is not very good for this one with Haley because the previous Void Intercept battle was fire elemental, so Haley was great. This one, with it being toxic, he has pretty good resistance to Haley's stuff, so if anything, you'd want an electric person, and maybe Inez would be the best for soloing it. You did just get the update. But yeah, it's just to close the loop on that other void vessel, or not void vessel, void intercept battle. Yeah, so even after doing a bunch of attempts with a solo Haley on that, and occasionally succeeding, yes, each individual attempt was fairly quick, but very stressful, and ultimately got to the point where doing it with a lobby was probably getting at least around a 75% success rate. A little more slowly, yes, but felt much better, was probably on average still faster, and as I said, I actually came to really enjoy it when you have the good team dynamics working. Non-attribute fire. So non-attribute is the same as fire in terms of how much damage it does. Chill, electric. Wait. Oh, the resistances. Okay, I see. I was like, why is electric so much lower? I thought those were damage numbers. I thought electric was supposed to be good against this guy.
Oh, the special human child. What do you need?
Was there anything else we were trying to go for here? Oh, these ones, what did we... Is this from the... Oh, no, this is, again, the special operations. Yeah, okay. Not the Void. Not the Void intercept battle. Oh. We can chat with you. Is it because we've at least attempted that fight? Even if we haven't... Oh, no, it's the weapon core stuff. Okay. Okay. I mean, if you want to give us... Oh. I was about to say a free round of that to test it out. Great. I mean, yes, that part is free, but as we were saying before, still, ideally, we would have the best of these guys to use with it. Otherwise, we're probably kind of wasting that.
If you're gonna go out looking like that, might as well
I
write your
just saw the
last will
blue
and
icon for the
testament
quest and
before
thought
you
maybe
leave.
he's going to give us something automatically as well. But no, I think it's just directing us there because that is, of course, where we would ultimately make those kinds of purchases. Or improvements, upgrades, whatever you want to call them. Okay. So, where does that leave us? I mean, we did, unfortunately, only get one of the pieces for Inez, and we found that it takes long enough to get the other crafting resources that I think we wouldn't have enough for that anyway. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, there is an icon for this on the map. It's did not even see that there until just now. There previously was not anything in that area. That's actually, I mean, I don't know if they ever plan on adding more regions, but one would assume if they did, they'd put one here, and maybe even one down here, but of course they're kind of using that UI real estate for these other boss fight related things, or the void erosion stuff. One moment while I ban a bot. Also, their name was Grilled Canary, which is not something that I would like to think about. The patch said it fixed the crashing, but you immediately crashed when you tried to join. Oh. Well, that's unfortunate. I mean, to be fair, it is also starting to get pretty late, so I was thinking maybe we just hop in for another void vessel, and this time I do actually mean void vessel. See if we can get another Inez part. Because otherwise, in terms of things that we've yet to try... Oh, let's see. Complete infiltration operation. This gives us a bunch of the bonus stuff, because this is technically a 1 week Is that a 1 week thing? Or at least a several day challenge, whereas these other ones are truly dailies? So we could do some of those. We saw the super dungeons, the 400% dungeons do give one of the new resources, so we could do that. But otherwise, I deliberately kind of trying to postpone the special hard operations because, as I said, I think that's probably going to be good for once we do eventually get Inez. We've looked at the new weapon upgrade system, but it requires that we do more stuff with this, which we tried out a few times, and it is interesting, but we didn't quite succeed at it, even though it kind of looked like we did. So, not entirely sure what the deal was there. We tried out, of course, the new Void Intercept battle, and improved, but still have a ways to go before we're going to take that guy out. Maybe with just the right team it would still be possible, but of course we can certainly contribute more to those. So is there any other big thing we're looking for here? More unique researching things of the better shape stabilizers, which again, it's based on doing those special operations in hard mode. Didn't craft any of those, but it's simple enough. You get how that works. So I think it's mostly just Void Vessel at this point. We can do one more of these. Try to get a little more progress toward unlocking Inez. And again, you know, obviously I'll do this more in between sessions, and hopefully in doing so, get us to the point where we have Inez ready to roll next time around. And then we can look more into, you know, how best to build her. What is she going to be good at doing? What's her specialty? And maybe she will be the character we want to use for the new Void Intercept battle. And fortunately, we did get both the new Transcendent modules for her.
Launching Void Vessel Exploration Operation.
Just thinking about of the various things that we've done, various new things we've done today, what stands out the most? I don't know. I feel like it's a little hard to say at this stage because, you know, we gave a first attempt at a lot of those things, or an early attempt at a lot of those things, but obviously, as time goes on, we'll have a better sense for how best to go into those types of missions, and we'll have some better setups for them. So I feel like once we're at that point where we have a more optimized build and have a better understanding of, you know, what is the quote-unquote meta for this type of thing, which, you know, I'm kind of deliberately not going 100% all in on that, because I feel like that's kind of detracts in like a kind of humongous way if you just immediately ignore all discovery and say, okay, just give me the answer to how these new things work. So, you know, I think it's good to just experience things authentically the first time around. Plenty of time to optimize going forward. So, I'm sure we'll form stronger opinions once we've done more of those optimization efforts, and then done more of those missions and progress further in the case of now I don't remember what the Void Purge? The one that had the several different tiers? I'm sure early rounds of that are going to feel quite different from the latter rounds. But at this stage, what would I say? I mean, might still be those purge missions. But as I said, I mean, the previous Void Intercept boss, it took me a while before I actually started playing him a lot, but then eventually did do quite a lot of that this past week, and grew to enjoy it quite a bit. So I'm hoping that that will be the case with this new one as well, that as time goes on, we find a better way, and we understand the boss mechanics a little bit more, because we still don't really understand how the boss mechanics work on that guy, let's be honest. And that will probably make a difference. And of course, the Inez unlocking experience is largely the same as the previous Void Vessel missions we've done. Yeah, the crafting materials are slightly different, but this is pretty familiar territory. Alright, that wasn't active. Nor is that. Nameless fellow, unacceptable. Call him Jim, for all I care. Just don't have your dog be nameless. You removed it? Oh, okay. Like, I saw someone removed that, but did anyone go up there? And then we just kind of had a staring contest. Oh, wait. Someone ran way ahead. Someone is at the boss arena right now. Are they? I think I just heard the sound effect for it. Surely not. Yes, someone is at the boss. Okay, that's... I don't like that. That, I feel like, is... If you skip everything and teleport everyone to the boss arena to do it, that feels kind of disrespectful. But yes, to a certain extent, at this stage, you could make the case that clearing this as quickly as possible is the most important thing for Inez unlocking efficiency. Yes, but you also do need those broken boxes, along with the potential of, you know, all the other boxes that require keys. We did look through our keys, so that wasn't as much of a concern in our case, but it still feels like that's very inconsiderate is the better word. It's very inconsiderate, which is a lot of overlap. Second. Now, here. Oh, we're still on cooldown. Now, here. Preferably don't die, but hey, he's already dead, so it doesn't matter.
Verify the data.
Okay, so looking for some Inez stuff. Getting a whole bunch of these resource boxes today, but nothing on the, or one thing on the Inez front. Okay. I mean, let's go for one more, I guess. Ideally, I would like to get two distinct Inez crafting resources crafting drops, you know, not just the stuff you get from the broken boxes. Is that just an arbitrary threshold for us to meet? Yeah.
Launching void vessel exploration operation.
But it would feel a little bit more like we made significant progress in that case. Just one. Can't help but feel like we came up a little bit short-handed in that case.
Activating stealth.
Need more. Even if we were to get another one of those Inez drops, I still don't think we'd have enough of those things to actually activate the research for it. So, all the more reason why those broken boxes are important. Well, that's another way to end the mission. Whoops. I hope I mean, not that we made it very far. Obviously, we won't get the drop at the end. I hope we, I guess, at least keep the little bit of stuff we got from the couple of chests that we opened there. I'd rather not end on that note, though. Okay. Maybe we try one more Void Vessel mission. See it all the way through, hopefully. And ideally, get one more of those Inez drops from it. One that we've not yet gotten. As I said, though, I imagine even with the whole bunch of those broken boxes in that Void Vessel run, I would think we wouldn't have enough of the other supporting crafting resources to actually get the research started. Which one is it under? Under this, right? Or this? This. We have 8. We need 20. It can drop at most 2 per box. So if we got 6 boxes, which is not impossible, and they all dropped 2, which is very unlikely. Oh, that I did not set the target reward. Wait, where exactly do we do that? UI wise? Is it here? Bottom. Acquisition info. We can put the tracking on these. That actually would be kind of helpful. Do you have to be on the actual reward at the very end to do it? Because I wish the UI was a little more intuitive on that front end. It's very clunky. And in some cases, it only worked for amorphous materials, but not for the items you get from the amorphous materials, and it's just not... Let's see. Like, target items. Okay, we have Inez code here. Crystallization catalyst blueprint, although that's not actually increasing the probability of us getting that. I would like to set this as a target reward. Is there a reason why I cannot do that? Well, it is grayed out. So, that doesn't... I'm pressing the button that is grayed out and nothing is happening. That does not seem to help. It seems like it theoretically would be the place where you would do it, but for whatever reason, it's not letting me, which is kind of strange. So I think we just jump back in that case. Can't do it from here. You click on... Yeah, I mean... Click on the thing we were looking at before, but... I don't know. It just seems odd.
Launching Void Vessel Exploration Operation.
Oops, I missed. I didn't clear out. Okay, I was gonna say, there's no way to clear the entire room, right? No, we were lagging behind a little bit. Not that much, though. Oh, I also wonder... Well, I don't know if they are introducing any new ultimate weapons in the near future. But, we did, at least for these missions, see them add an ultimate weapon that was specifically designed to do well. So I wonder if with any of the new types of stuff, namely the Void Purge missions, if they would add anything that is especially effective there, but I feel like they probably wouldn't for that. Not until next season, at least, for the new weapons, right? And I assume Void Purge is going to be here to... Well, maybe it's too early to say if it's going to be here to stay. Depends on how the players receive it. But I assume the intention is for it to remain something... For it to be something that remains indefinitely. Unless the players hate it. Kind of like invasions where technically that might have been a little more uncertain as to whether they were gonna have that stick around or have that be just a temporary thing, but I imagine they'd probably keep the Void, whatever the... I forget. Void... Not phase. Just stop using void for everything. Find a new word to describe your missions, okay? Or just... purge. Void purge. Just call it the purge mission. Don't say void purge, void intercept, void vessel. We get it. But they're introducing a bunch of new weapons next season. Okay. I mean, they did add at least 2 this time around. If not 3. Maybe it was just 2. Well, if you add the one from the season pass, one that you just craft. Is that it? It might have just been those 2. New area? Okay, they are adding a new area. Like a new battlefield? I forget what terminology they use. Like, after the fortress? So I'm curious how they work that in narratively. They're getting that. They're getting killed. You're gonna get it if there is, okay. There or no. Genetic, broken, definitely. We prioritize special over genetic. So we do have a bunch of the weaker bonuses from the genetic box, at the very least. Out of keys. Just looking for the broken boxes, but I don't think I'm seeing any. A lot of specials in there. Oh, all good there. Okay, they got that one. All up there as well. So it has been acquired. No, it's mine. This feels the sliding feels slightly different. It feels like they ever so slightly changed the physics of that. It feels like there's a little less resistance. It's a little more slidey. Technically makes it a little harder, or at least a little more likely to accidentally dodge one of those lasers and end up going into one of the others. Overcorrecting in that way. Don't shoot straight at his shield blades. Generally not all that effective. The new Void Intercept might be possible to solo with Bunny. teleport. Don't dodge. Just let me shoot you and throw toxic skills at you. Much better that way, for sure.
An enemy container has been revealed. Verify the data.
This. Hey, it's another Inez part, and it's actually one that doesn't require that we get all those other resources from the broken boxes. So we legitimately have two in that case. Out of curiosity, how many of these guys did we end up with? Yeah, 13 wouldn't have had enough anyway to craft another resource even if it had dropped. So that's actually pretty much ideal. That's nice. We got our two Inez parts. Okay. So in that case, I mean, we could scrap a little more of the junk there, but, yeah. So, I mean, we could take a look either at research or just access info, double check. But, okay, you know, we're basically halfway toward getting Inez. As I said, I'll probably do a bunch of Void Vessel missions and hopefully manage to get these other parts so that we can have Inez ready to go next time round, and that would then likely be the focus point for our next go-round. Leveling up her, and while doing that, we can potentially check out the new special operations in hard mode. With the slightly reworded Kuiper mine blockade in Sterile Land and the resource defense in Echo Swamp. One or both of those, or of course just 400% dungeons. I mean, we could always try more of the new Void Intercept battle, and if it turns out that Bunny can solo it really well, then maybe we can check that out. Or maybe it turns out Inez is the best character for this. Seems at least theoretically possible, since electric is the element of preference against him. So after setting up Inez, who knows? Maybe that's something we'll be looking to do. And then we checked out the Void Purge. Again, not entirely understanding how you progress here, because it seemed like we appeared to have done the thing that we needed to do to unlock the next level, but we clearly did not unlock the next level, so we'll figure out some more of this stuff as well. As I said many times before, you know, we don't need to have all the answers on day one. In fact, I think it detracts quite a bit if you do try to get all the answers on day one, because then you're kind of shortchanging the whole discovery experience, and I think that's a lot of what this first look at all this stuff is about. But next time, we can start to dive into a little more of the details, try out Inez, and I'll see you then.